Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to day 10 of the Diddy trial. And we had a long weekend off. There was no court on Friday, there was no court yesterday um, for Memorial Day. So we're back today, Tuesday, and why am I getting this? My apologies, yo all. I'm getting some feedback, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly where that's coming from. So just one second while I figure that out. Okay, I think we're good now. All right, so today is day 10 of the Diddy trial, as I was saying. And first on the stand today will be Capricorn Clark. She is an ex employee of Diddy, supposedly also a friend of Cassie's. She was mentioned a lot last week when we had Kid Cudi on the stand, who said it was Capricorn Clark who called him to let him know that Diddy and someone else had broken into his house and that she was forced to drive them to his house. So we'll see today if she corroborates his testimony and what else she might have to say. We're going to jump in. She's already on the stand at this point. And as usual on these lives, we will go back and forth between Inner City Press, who has been providing updates. He's inside the courtroom as to what's going on. And we go back and forth between his thread and also what's captured on CNN. I've found that using both of those resources tends to like tell us a better story, it gives us a little bit more context, especially since this trial is not televised, nor do we have transcripts. So I think it works out between the two. So no further waiting here. Let's just jump in and see what's going on at this stage with Capricorn Clark. Okay, so this starts this morning with the jury entering and the judge welcoming everybody back and asks for the next witness to be called. The government calls Capricorn Clark and they ask her, where did you grow up? Clark, born in San Francisco, moved to LA, worked for Def Jam, then Death Row Records, a late 90s gangster rap label. Prosecutor, what was your relation to Suge Knight? Clark, he is the father of my friend's child. Prosecutor, then you work for Sean Combs? Clark, yes, he is over there in a blue sweater. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012. Prosecutor, were you kidnapped? Capricorn Clark, yes. Prosecutor, when did you first meet Mr. Combs? When I moved to New York City in 2002, we were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. Prosecutor, what were your duties? Shadow him from wake up. Okay, and I'm assuming that says till he went to bed or something, but that's all we have there. Um, Prosecutor, then what? Clark, head of women's for Sean John. How long? Prosecutor asked. A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness, due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassie Ventura. Now this is a little bit choppy as it's coming in from the journalists inside the courtroom. But like I said, when we flip over to the CNN updates, it'll give us a little bit more context. Prosecutor, did you work in the building? And there's a photo of Bad Boy Records office. Clark, yes, we moved there in 2005. Prosecutor, your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you? Clark, Central Park after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker. Uncle Paulie again is somebody on Diddy's security team. Prosecutor, did this photo look like him? No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? Prosecutor, I'm sorry, Clark, that since I'd worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me. Whoa, wait, wait. This trial has had a few moments like that where we're like reading through the testimony, and then there's just an answer that's just like, okay, hold on, what? Oh my. So let's go back up. A prosecutor was showing Capricorn Clark a picture of the guy called Uncle Paulie, who is on Diddy's security team. And he's asking her, was that him? And she said it doesn't look like him because he doesn't have on the blackout shades that he wore all the time. So the prosecutor there said, what did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? Capricorn Clark said that since I'd worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me. Objection. The defense objects. The judge overrules and advises them to proceed. Prosecutor, how did you take it? Capricorn Clark, seriously. It had gravitas. How did you react? Clark, I said I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Objection. Judge sustained. Ms. Steiner, okay. What was Polly's role? I can't wait to see some of these defense people get on the stand. Okay, what was Polly's role? Let's see if we have any update at that point. Nope. So let's flip over to see how CNN might be capturing some of this stuff. Let's see some of the recent updates. This is wow. Okay. Oh yeah, they have a lot more context on the CNN side. So let me just get to that so we could all be kind of up to date with where they are right now in court. Okay, so pretty much where we left off on the thread, on her first day working for Diddy, Capricorn Clark said he took her to Central Park with his security guard sometime after 9 p.m. There, he brought up her former employment with Death Row Records, which was founded by Combs' rival, Marion Suge Knight. He told me, this is a quote from Capricorn Clark, he told me that he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight. And if anything happened, he would have to kill me. The security guard stood by silently while Combs threatened her, Clark said. She said she told Combs at the time, we'll just have to see. She testified that she felt she could not convince him that she was trustworthy at the time and said could have been more transparent about her employment background. Okay. Now, mine is him telling her that he'd have to kill her. I do understand if it came out later after she was hired that she had worked for Suge Knight, how that would give Diddy pause because of the relationship between him and Suge Knight. But I don't know why he just wouldn't terminate her. I mean, I don't know if where they are is not like an at-will state or you just can't terminate people, but I don't understand why he wouldn't just, if he felt that anxious about it because of the bad blood between him and Suge Knight, why wouldn't he just terminate her? Or even just give her another role not so close to him? I don't know. I mean, why threaten to kill her so she go left? But I guess that's how Diddy does things. But Capricorn Clark was Diddy's personal assistant. She heard him discuss guns once, she testified. Clark, Combs, and his then manager got into an elevator after Combs did an MTV event that also involved rapper 50 Cent, she said. Combs told his elevator companions that he had an issue with 50 Cent, and after further conversation, Combs said, I don't do that. I like guns, Clark testified. Combs' demeanor was very serious, she said. Okay, so let's add 50 Cent to the list of entertainers who's been mentioned during this trial. Combs accused Clark of stealing jewelry. One time, Diddy accused Capricorn Clark of stealing diamond jewelry that was on loan to him from a jeweler. Clark had been assigned to hold the jury as they traveled from New York to Miami. She realized the bag holding the jury was missing before they got to the airport. Combs went on to Miami, leaving Clark with a security guard who questioned her for hours and then searched her apartment. The next day, the security guard picked her up from her home and left her in a locked, vacant office space with another man who administered a lie detector test on her. Okay, this is not the first time we've heard about Diddy making his employees take lie detector tests. Clark testified that the man told her at the time that if she failed the test, they're going to throw you into the East River, was the quote. She described him as very wide, but never learned his name. Girl, I would have quit that job after this was over. If I managed to get out of this empty office where you're giving me a lie detector test because you think I stole your jewelry, okay? The employee, because she's an employee. You got some man got me in an empty office, some big old security guard. You giving me a lie detector test with somebody else, and you're telling me that if I fail this test, they're going to throw me into the East River. That would have been my last day. As soon as I got out of here, it would have been done. It would have been done. Okay. Combs' ex-assistant said she took multiple lie detector tests after he accused her of stealing. Said that after he accused her of stealing diamond jewelry from him, she was given a lie detector test. Quote, I was petrified, Clark said. At one point, the man administering the test told her she needed to calm down because the results were inconclusive. How the fuck you calm down in a situation like that? Quote, I'm not getting a good reading. You're going to be in the East River if I can't get a reading on this. What? I'm not going to, now this is Capricorn Clark's quote as to what was said to her when they were giving her this lie detector test. I'm not getting a good reading. You're going to be in the East River if I can't get a reading on this. So they were telling her, you need to calm down. Okay. She said she couldn't calm down. Eventually, one of Combs' security guard took her home and picked her up the next day to repeat the same process. Clark testified she was taken to the same vacant office building for questioning with a lie detector for 5 straight days. And for anybody just joining, I'm reading the CNN feed right now while I'm waiting for the X feed to be updated. She said she didn't want to do it, but thought the lie detector was the only way to prove her innocence. Clark said she didn't report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. Now, I think sometimes with these non-disclosure agreements, like I need to look into that because legally I don't see how that means that somebody like what she described, your employer can have someone take you to an empty office, make you take a lie detector test, and then tell you if you fail this lie detector test, you could end up in the East River. Now, that to me does not sound like something that would be covered under a non-disclosure agreement legally. So I think people getting away with a lot of stuff under this non-disclosure agreement. Okay. Again, Clark said she didn't want to report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. The judge sustained a defense objection to the testimony about the non-disclosure agreement and told the jury to disregard it. After the 5 days for tests, Combs' security told Clark she could return to work. Clark testified that Combs never asked her where she was during those 5 days, and he never mentioned the lie detector test to her. She said she didn't know if the jury was ever found. Wow. So 5 days of lie detector tests. You're being told if you don't calm down and if we find out you're lying, you're going to end up in the East River. You're going to end up in the East River if you don't calm down, and you're going to end up in the East River if we find out you're lying and you took this jewelry. And then after 5 days of that, she's told she could go back to work, and Diddy never brings up the situation. And she doesn't know the outcome on the jewelry. Okay. Capricorn Clark, the former director of marketing for Sean Diddy Combs, typically worked from 9 a.m. until 4 a.m. as Combs' personal assistant without breaks for meals. Combs told her that if she failed to complete any tasks, she would lose her job, she testified. She said that on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep and developed stress-induced alopecia. Clark made $65,000 annually at the time. $65,000 for those kind of hours and that kind of stress. Wow. So I'm just saying, all of that is relative, right? Depending on what your circumstance is. People need jobs, okay? People have bills, people have responsibilities. But to go through this amount of torture and the amount of hours, she's not the first assistant now who has testified to the extreme amount of hours and has also mentioned what they got paid. And I'm telling you right now, Diddy was getting over. Diddy was getting over. If you divide that pay up into those hours, and these people, are probably salaried. So they're not getting paid, of course, overtime. That is wow. And now your hair is falling out because of the stress. Wow. All right. So Capricorn Clark continues to testify about her early employment when she was his personal assistant. At one point, a human resources representative for Bad Boy presented Combs with a sheet that calculated what Clark was owed for overtime. Okay. $80,000 for a 3-month period, she said. I told y'all, did I not just tell y'all he was getting over, he wasn't paying these people appropriately? You hear some people hear $65,000, or like somebody else said $125,000 that he lived in LA, one of his assistants. And he talked about the hours. And then of course the cost of living in LA. And I'm like, that was nothing. And not to mention, this man was at that time on his way to being a billionaire. So he was getting over. Okay. So again, at one point, a human resources representative from Bad Boy presented Combs with a sheet that calculated what Clark was owed for overtime. $80,000 for a 3-month period, she said. He ripped up the paper, Clark said. She was never compensated for the overtime. Wow. Wow. Okay, when Diddy traveled, his rooms were usually reserved under the name Frank Black. Let's see if is she talking more about this? Okay, yes, she is. Okay. Frank Black or Frank White, Capricorn Clark testified. I would unpack all of his clothes and shoes and personal belongings and put them in their place, she said. Combs traveled with a toiletry bag containing drugs and a camera box, which had 4 cameras along with a small bottle of baby oil, of course, and a small bottle of lube, of course. Clark said she would also bring candles to provide lighting in the rooms. After Combs' stay, Clark said she would sweep the room for anything left behind. This is a testimony similar to one of the other assistants that's previously testified. She said she sometimes saw damage to the rooms, including handprints left in oil. The testimony, okay, prosecutors lead to show a criminal meeting of the minds to prove conspiracy charge, legal analyst says. Okay, we can skip that part. Capricorn Clark saw Diddy Combs doing ecstasy and Molly about once a week, in addition to prescription medication, she testified. Combs' drug use increased over time, she said. A man called One Stop. That's not the first time we've heard about One Stop. There's been testimony with this alias or nickname for a drug dealer called One Stop that Diddy used a lot. So not the first time we've heard that name. So again, Capricorn Clark said Combs' drug use increased over time. She said a man called One Stop usually provided the drug when we were in LA, and the drugs usually were delivered to her or to Combs directly, she said. Combs asked her to get him ecstasy fewer than 10 times, she said. Clark saw Combs offer drugs to his friends and girlfriends. During a trip to France in 2006, Combs asked her to get cocaine. And when she asked Combs who it was for, Combs responded that it wasn't for him. Clark then had the security guards obtain the drugs, she testified. Clark also would get prescription drugs for Combs, she said. Sometimes the prescriptions were made out to her, and other times they were made out to Combs, she testified. But was he selling the drugs? Because I'm still trying to say we need to get to this RICO. Where is the criminal organization? Okay. Capricorn Clark, the former director of marketing. Okay. Recalled a time when Combs had 10,000 euros that he made from club bookings in Europe. Clark said she personally counted the cash for Combs and believed he kept it in his personal safe in his bedroom. Excuse me. Let's see where we left off. And I'm just updating you all now based off of what's on the CNN feed because I'm waiting for the X feed to have a few more updates. Capricorn Clark recounted the time she was at Combs' Miami home in the summer of 2006. She said when she arrived, Combs told her, quote, "I don't care what goes on this weekend, you are not to leave this house." Combs later directed Clark to escort a guest to another location in Miami. And she said she stayed for about an hour before receiving a call from Combs asking where she was. Clark said when she returned to Combs' home, he told her, quote, "See, your problem is you want a life and you can't have that here." And again told her not to leave the house. The following day, Clark said she told Combs' chef, quote, "I hate it here." And the chef relayed that to Combs. Why people got to do that? You already, why the chef had to do that? Okay. Quote, "He immediately looked at me and said, 'You hate it here?' And he charged me," Clark testified. What? He charged you? Does that mean he was running towards you or what? She said Combs began pushing her, and demanding she get out of his house. Clark and Combs pushed her about 30 yards, using about 75% of his force, she said. Eventually, one of Combs' security guards intervened by telling Combs to stop and telling Clark to go pack her belongings. Clark testified she left her job after this incident because it was crossing my boundary. Honey, if that was the boundary, that meant your boundary. Okay. I guess that was her final straw because boundaries had been crossed. When they threatened to throw you in the East River, if you failed a lie detector test, that most certainly should have been a cross boundary. And so she said her boundaries were, it was crossing my boundary when he put his hands on her. So I guess that was like the final straw for her. This is wow. Okay, let's go a little bit further. In 2011, Capricorn Clark, a former, okay, we get it, CNN, was also managing Cassie Ventura as her creative director. Clark said Combs had final approval over everything, including Ventura's physical appearance and every opportunity Ventura could or could not take. Capricorn Clark said that, she was a former employee for Sean John Fashion Company, has started testifying about Cassie Ventura dating the rapper Kid Cudi in December 2011. Okay, this is the part we really want to get to with Cassie. And again, for anybody joining, I'm reading from the CNN feed. I'm going to flip back to the thread on X once they have more updates. So this is where we are now, 7 minutes ago in the courtroom. Clark, Ventura, and Kid Cudi sometimes would hang out. She said one time Cassie texted her asking if they could pick up Kid Cudi, and Clark told Cassie to delete the text because Combs paid for both of their phones. Clark said she was very concerned about Combs finding out about the relationship between Cassie and Kid Cudi. Clark then took Cassie to Best Buy to buy her a burner phone. Okay. That is corroborating some testimony we've heard previously, but from Cassie saying she had a burner phone specifically for Kid Cudi. Okay. Capricorn Clark's voice has been quivering through much of her testimony Tuesday morning. And she has been describing what it was like to work for the rapper. When he put his hands on her, and she said that was crossing her boundary after the security and the lie detector person threatened to throw her in the river, East River, if the results didn't come back right. These people take a lot of stuff to work for Diddy. And not to mention, he owed her $80,000 in overtime. $80,000. What did they say? For like a month? Within a month period, he owed her $80,000 a month or 2 months at the most. 2 months at the most. And she never saw it. Wow. Okay, so excuse me. CNN goes on to say, one day in December 2011, Diddy showed up at Capricorn Clark's home, banging on the door. According to Clark, she could see through the peephole that Combs' pants were split up. What? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. One day in December 2011, Diddy showed up at Capricorn Clark's home, banging on her door. According to Clark, she could see through the peephole that Combs' pants were split up the inseam from the knee upward, exposing his underwear. When she opened the door, Clark saw that he was holding a gun and was furious. Combs, entering her home, said, quote, "Why didn't you tell me?" and asked her about Kid Cudi. Clark testified that Combs, still holding the gun, told her, quote, "Get dressed, we're going to go kill him." When she tried to protest, Combs said, quote, "I don't give a what you want to do, go get dressed." Clark said she was afraid, and this was the first time Combs had been to her home in Los Angeles. Clark said Combs was, quote, "livid, furious, mad at me." Quote, "I had never seen him with a weapon. I had never seen him making me do something like this," she said. Capricorn Clark said she returned to work for the hip hop mogul after a 2006 incident at his Miami home, but not directly under him. So this is yet another person like Don Richard, who too much for me to take. This is egregious. He's horrible. He did all of these things, and then there's later some kind of contact with him to say, "But can I get that job though?" I'm just saying this is another situation where this man literally put his hands on you. And that happened after other people who worked for him threatened to throw you in the East River if you failed a lie detector test about some jewelry that had come up missing. And now later you're working for his organization again, but not directly for him. I'm just simply calling that out, not to say these people are lying, because I don't think they are. I'm just calling it out to say, man, people make some choices when it comes to, I guess, money, trying to get some money. I mean, there are other jobs. There are other jobs, especially when he wasn't really paying them much for the amount of hours that they're doing. You got alopecia, you said, that got started because of this stress. People are threatening to throw you in the East River and leaving you in an empty office room and putting you under a lie detector test for 5 days. But yet you still gonna go back and work within this man's organization, even if not directly for him. It's some kind of psychological study needs to be done here. Okay. And so, anyway, Clark testified that she accepted the director of marketing position for Sean John's women's line because she didn't have to work directly with him. Quote, I didn't want that close proximity in his personal orbit like that, she said. Okay. All right, girl, whatever. I'm not trying to work for anybody who threatened to throw me in the East River and put their hands on me. Okay. I'm just saying, sometimes we just got to make other choices. Even if it means, I don't know, that maybe you feel like it's going to make your career not go the way you want it to go, or you'll get out the circle you've been in and you're trying to achieve something in that circle. Or I don't know, or maybe you like the glitz and the glam and the fame and the whatever so much. But these people right here, I'm starting to see a pattern in some of these stories of the shit people was willing to put up with while they were also going through so much shit. There are other jobs. Okay. Capricorn Clark is giving more details about what happened after Diddy showed up at her home in December 2011. She said she and Combs got into the back seat of a car that one of his security guards was driving. Their gun was in, or I guess it means the gun was in Combs' lap, Clark testified. They drove to Kid Cudi's house, where Combs and the security guard entered the home. Okay. Broke into the home, not just entered the home. They drove to Kid Cudi's house, where Combs and the security guard entered the home. Clark said she stayed in the car and called Cassie, Combs' former girlfriend who was dating Kid Cudi at the time, on a burner phone. She testified that she told Cassie that Combs had come to her house with a gun and then gone to Kid Cudi's house to kill him. Oh, my Lord. She said she then changed Cassie's contact name in the phone to the name Stormy, so Combs wouldn't know she called Cassie. Clark says she could hear someone yelling, "He's in my house," in the background when they were on the phone, and Cassie told her she was with Kid Cudi. Oh, now that testimony was a little bit different. Like I said, I don't think it's really a big deal. It's definitely not a big deal as far as like giving any kind of point to the defense. But Kid Cudi had testified that Capricorn Clark had called him and told him that Diddy and somebody else was in the home. But for what Capricorn Clark is saying, she called Cassie. And she was telling Cassie, Diddy found out about y'all. He mad. He came to my house with a gun. He's over here now at Kid Cudi's house with a gun, and he's threatening to kill him. But she called Cassie. The way Kid Cudi knew is because Kid Cudi was with Cassie at the time. And that aligns with testimony far as Kid Cudi saying he went and picked Cassie up that morning. All right, let's see one other update before we go back to the X feed. Capricorn Clark warned Cassie that Kid Cudi should not confront Combs. Clark testified she told Cassie to quote, Cassie, stop him. He's going to get himself killed. Cassie said she couldn't stop him. Clark testified she understood Kid Cudi was on the way to the house. So Capricorn Clark is trying to get Cassie at this point to stop Kid Cudi from coming to his house because she thought Diddy was going to definitely kill him that day. When Combs got back in the car, he asked who Clark had been talking to. He called Cassie's burner phone, which was the last record in Clark's call log. Combs, furious, said, "Bitch, what the F is this number?" A short time later, Kid Cudi pulled up next to Combs' Escalade outside his home and then accelerated away. Combs' vehicle followed in pursuit. It felt like forever, but couldn't have been longer than a minute, Clark testified about the pursuit. Wow. Now that part was not in Kid Cudi's testimony. So when Kid Cudi got to the house, he pulled up alongside Diddy's Escalade, but instead of stopping, he accelerated away, and then Combs's vehicle followed him in pursuit. And Capricorn Clark is testifying that it felt like forever. This is a quote, but couldn't have been longer than a minute. They are wilding out. Okay. Capricorn Clark is now testifying about what happened directly after Combs and a security guard were at Kid Cudi's home in December 2011. Clark, Combs, and his security guard went to a nearby nightclub, she said. Combs directed Clark to tell Cassie and tell her that, quote, he has me and he's not going to let me go until I come get her. On the phone, Cassie responded that Clark should come get her. Clark testified. On the phone, Cassie responded that Clark should come get her. Combs then said she and Cassie needed to convince Kid Cudi to not tell police that Combs was involved in the break-in at Kid Cudi's home. Combs told her, if you guys don't convince him of that, I'll kill all you. Oh my word. So Diddy, just to paraphrase what I just read, all that happened at Kid Cudi's house. Kid Cudi drives up, pulls up near Sean's Escalade at his house. He's at Kid Cudi's house. Kid Cudi then accelerates away. Diddy pursues him, or his car pursues him, according to Capricorn Clark. It lasted for about a minute. Later that night, Diddy and Combs and the security guard are still together at a nightclub. Diddy has Capricorn Clark to call Cassie. And it ends up with him saying, Combs saying, if Cassie and Capricorn Clark don't convince Kid Cudi to not file a police report about him breaking into his house, if they don't convince him not to do that, that he was going to kill all of them. So, before I go back to this X feed, I just want to ask, does this make, if any of you, I don't know, whatever your opinion was on could Diddy have possibly had something to do with Tupac being unalived? If you were on the fence about it, does this make you feel less on the fence about it, that he is capable? Or maybe you're in a situation where you didn't need to be convinced because you already felt he was capable. So that's the last thing we have on the CNN feed. I'm back on the X feed with you all just to see what we may have here. Okay, how did you react? Okay, we read all of that before I went over to CNN. So let's just see if there's any nuggets here in the thread that might not have been on the CNN side. Let's see. So we left off on the thread with the prosecutor asking about the threats from security. What was Polly's role? Who's the security guy for Diddy? Capricorn Clark, all respect of Mr. Combs' movements to keep him safe. There was also D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben. Again, these security guys, especially D-Rock and Roger Bonds and Uncle Polly, their names have come up over and over and over again. I'm expecting these people to testify. If they don't testify, then I'm expecting these people to be charged as co-conspirators because they are in the mix of a lot that has been talked about so far as protecting Diddy. One incident, Cassie said that Roger Bond, she was trying to leave and he actually brought her back to the situation. So they're involved in a lot of what's going down. And now apparently in the stuff that Capricorn Clark is testifying to. So prosecutor, who's D-Rock? A good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type body. I don't know what that means from the reporter. Prosecutor, did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a gun? She said, yes, in my home. Prosecutor, and did he talk about it? He, Mr. Combs, told Chris Lighty he had a gun. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Were you ever accused of stealing? Capricorn Clark, yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on a loan. It had been given to me. It was on a loan. It was on loan. Okay. It went missing. She said yes. Prosecutor, what did you do? From Teterboro, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down. Okay, we don't know what that means. Prosecutor, what did Uncle Polly do? And I guess she said from maybe an airport, she called whatever location and told them to lock down maybe a room or something where she thought maybe she had left the jury. Maybe it's what she's saying. What did Uncle Polly do? He questioned me for 3 hours. Prosecutor, did you go home? She said yes, to Queens with Uncle Polly. He searched my house. So keep in mind now, at this point, she has some jewelry that was on loan that has come up missing. Diddy and his team think she's stolen the jewelry. Okay. Not a far-fetched thought. Not a far-fetched thought. Where Diddy team goes too far is that you cannot question this woman for 3 hours. You cannot search her house. Okay. You cannot do these things as if you're the police and just feel like you can do whatever you want to do. You cannot subject her to lie detector tests for 5 days. So it's stuff like that. But them, because see, this was not on the CNN side of the recap. That's why I like going back and forth between these two resources. So she was in possession of the jewelry. It was on loan to her. The jewelry came up missing. Diddy thought you've stolen my jewelry. You've stolen the jewelry that was on loan. And then it went down this slope. They went down. Now, like I said, that's reason for Diddy to be suspicious. But what you can't do, or what you should not have done, Diddy, is have your security guard take this woman to an empty office room, question her, give her a lie detector test for days, and then also tell her that if you don't calm down so that we could get a good result on this lie detector test, and if you fail this lie detector test, you're going to end up in the East River. See, bridge too far. Bridge too far. Okay. All right. So prosecutor said, where did Uncle Polly take you? She said 710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Polly took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy-set man. Prosecutor, can you describe him? 5 of me, 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. Prosecutor, did Uncle Polly stay? Intermittently, he came back. No, intermittently, he came back. Prosecutor, what did the heavyset man say? I was there to take a lie detector test. Prosecutor, what did he say would happen if you failed a lie detector test? Capricorn Clark, that they would throw me in the East River. And keep in mind now, after this right here, she did not quit this job. She still stayed on this job, where she said, I believe she was making $65,000, which was nothing, living in New York, and the amount of hours she was having to work. She started losing her hair. She didn't leave this job until Diddy put his hands on her. But then she came back later to work for Diddy's company, but she wasn't working directly for him. I'm just saying. There are other jobs, people. There are other jobs. Okay? Look for a job or something while you got that one. Do something, but your plan should have been to get up out of there as soon as possible. Okay? All right, so back to the Capricorn Clark said that they would throw me in the East River. The defense objects and asked for a sidebar. Okay, the sidebar went on for a while. Glad we were overreading the CNN feed because these sidebars sometimes are annoying. Okay, the judge there tells the prosecutor that she could proceed. Prosecutor, what was his demeanor? And I guess it's the guy who's giving the lie detector test. Capricorn Clark said, very serious. I was terrified. Prosecutor, did you want to be taking the test? No, I was afraid. How was the test? wires on you and they question you, did I steal? Prosecutor, did he tell you the results? He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River. Y'all, that's not funny, but the reason why I'm laughing is you're nervous. You're jittery because of this situation. And the person tells you, if you don't calm down, we might have to throw you into the East River. Now, is that supposed to help you calm down? You're already nervous and somebody says you don't calm down, we might have to throw you in the East River. It's almost like, those stories we have in our culture where some of us have experienced where your parents cut you behind because of whatever, you're crying because, and then they tell you to stop that crying. And if you don't stop crying, then you're going to get, but you caused you see that. All right. So again, he said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River. Prosecutor, anyone else in the building? Not to my knowledge. Prosecutor, could you leave? No. Polly said no. And again, Polly is the security guy. Prosecutor, what did Polly say at the end? That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location all day. Prosecutor, were you free to leave? Capricorn Clark said no. Prosecutor, how long did this go on? 5 days. So she was kidnapped. If we go with the line of this testimony, she was kidnapped for this lie detector test. And she was also kidnapped when she was forced to go to Kid Cudi's house. Now, I can't wait to see what the defense is going to do when they cross her. Because I already know they're going to go at, if you were kidnapped, held against your will, why did you still continue to work for Diddy? Better yet, when you left the job because you said he crossed your boundary when he put his hands on you, why did you come back to work for his company if that really happened the way you said it happened? The defense is going to go there because, of course, they have to go there, right? All right. So the prosecutor asked, did you tell anyone where you were? Capricorn Clark said, no, I was just trying to survive it. I worked under an NDA. Objection. The judge said sustained jury should disregard the last answer. Prosecutor, what would have you been doing? I don't know what that is. What would you have been doing? I guess is what they meant to say. Capricorn Clark says shadowing Mr. Combs. Okay. What happened after 5 days? The prosecutor asked. That I could return to work. Mr. Combs would see me the next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? No. Why did you continue to work for Mr. Combs? If I left, they'd think I stole. Well, maybe that's her truth. Because I'd been asking, like, why are you staying there? After you finally got out of this place where these people took you on the 6th floor and made you take lie detector tests for 5 days and told you didn't have a choice about it, threatening to throw you in the East River if these answers don't come out right, and if you don't calm your ass down, why are you still working for these people? Why you didn't get up out of there like the other assistant testified that he got to a point where he was like, I'm out. I don't want to be responsible for being a part of this or covering up stuff or cleaning up rooms and all of that. And she says that she felt if she had left, if she had quit her job, that they would have thought she had stolen the jewelry. Now, I actually think that's an acceptable answer. Even if there's those of us out there who'll be like, hell no, I still would left. I understand. Because Remember, they're threatening to take the throw in the East River. So I think it's a logical and reasonable thought for her to think that if I quit this job, they're going to think I stole the jewelry and they're going to kill me. I think it's a reasonable thought. While I also acknowledge there's still room for the defense to say, okay, but when you did finally leave, you came back though to the organization. So anyway, prosecutor, what were your days like? From his townhouse at 74th Street and Park in the morning to Diddy's house studio at night. Prosecutor, how much sleep did you get? On a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, 2. I got a stress condition. I was paid $55,000. Did you get paid? Now he says 55,000. CNN said she was being paid 65,000. Either way, it was not enough for the amount of hours she was putting in. Okay. Prosecutor, did you get paid overtime? No, I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000. How did Mr. Combs respond? He ripped up the paper. Would Mr. Combs stay at hotels? Yes. With whom? Kim Porter, once a week. Okay. Here's Kim's name again. I always just feel bad when her name is brought up in this stuff. Okay. What names would he book the room under? Frank Black or Frank White? Prosecutor. And the girlfriends? Jackie Starr. Now that name has come up before. Jackie Starr. And I'm not really sure who she is. Is she just another woman Diddy was messing with or something else? But I'm going to look into that. See who is this Jackie Starr person. Prosecutor, where did he stay? Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. Prosecutor, what were in his bags? What was in his bags? Capricorn Clark, a camera, small bottles of baby oil, and lube. Cameras every time. What you be doing? What this journalist is writing? I don't know what. Okay, maybe it's what would you be doing? Capricorn Clark, watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep. Afterward, I'd sweep the room for anything left behind. Any damage? Baby oil. Prosecutor, how frequently would Mr. Combs stay in a hotel with Cassie in 2008? Like once a week at La Hermitage. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. The London Intercontinental for several days, the IV drips. Prosecutor, did he speak to you about his relationship with Cassie? Yes, Miss London was there. Miss London, are you talking about Lauren London? Are you talking about Lauren London? Because you know Lauren London and Cassie were friends at one point. Let's see. Yes, London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there, hand me that, go back in the other room. She did it. What? Okay. So Capricorn Clark said that London was there, Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there, hand me that, go back in the other room, and she did it. What did he say? Capricorn Clark, you bitches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. Prosecutor, what did you say? You're motherfucking right, is what Capricorn Clark said. She said to that. Prosecutor, did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs? A girlfriend in New York, in LA from one stop, Molly, ecstasy delivered to Puff or to me. Prosecutor, did he ask you to get drugs for him? Yes, ecstasy. Prosecutor, and in the south of France, he asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who? Why? I wasn't going to do it given how my mother died. Oh, I'm assuming her mother must have died from a drug overdose. The defense attorney objects, and there's a sidebar. Excuse me. So when they get back from the sidebar, the prosecutor asks, What did Mr. Combs say the drugs, or who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? He said, not me. Prosecutor, did you get them? Yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also get prescription drugs in my name. They were in the toiletry bag I'd carry or security. Prosecutor, what about bulk cash? Yes, he carried $100,000 in euros coming back from Europe. Prosecutor, where did he get it? Club bookies in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe. Prosecutors asking something about violence. Capricorn Clark said fighting. Prosecutor said, was Mr. Combs violent with you? Yes. At Star Island, he told me you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. Oh, oh, Pharrell. Got to add you to the list now of stars mentioned during this trial. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the F are you? You can't have a life. One time I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no effing turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Mr. Combs and he pushed me again and again. What did he say? He said, if you hate it here, get the F out of here. Over turkey bacon? And that was worded a little bit differently than what we got from CNN. Uh, did you leave your employment? Capricorn Clark said, I did. Prosecutor, but you returned? She said, as global brand director. Why? Yes, answer this question why, because we need to know. At this point, you've been threatened to be thrown into the East River. He put his hands on you. So we need to know why. Okay. And let's see if it's the same as the answer she gave as to why she returned after they thought she had stolen jewelry, or why she continued to work for him, I should say. But you returned. She said, yes, as a global brand director. The prosecutor asked why. She said he was impressed by what I did in the job I'd left for, a couple of albums. He said, you wouldn't have to work directly for me. Prosecutor, what were you doing for Miss Ventura? Managing her image, maximize the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had final approval on everything. Prosecutor, in LA, where did you live? Capricorn Clark said a gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. Prosecutor, where was Miss Ventura? In New York City on West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Wow. Just how he was even just shuffling. I mean, Kim and Cassie, and I mean, this isn't news to us, but just seeing it here is just like, that's why when I was talking the other day about Kim Porter and, he put her in a different category compared to the other women he was dealing with. I wanted to be very clear that although that was true, there was no prize in being on this roster. It was no prize to be quote unquote number one on the roster, because at the end of the day, he was faithful to none of these women. He treated them all like crap. It may be levels to what he was doing with them. Perhaps we don't know what he might have been doing with Kim, and did they get into some of the activities he got into with Cassie. But no matter what he professed about Kim, her being his soulmate and all that, he didn't treat any of these women right. Let's keep in mind, that when he was with Kim and she was pregnant with the twins, he had somebody else pregnant at the same time. So I'm just saying, it was not, there was no beauty or any kind of gold star anybody should think they got just by being in a higher position on Diddy's roster. The fact that you're on the roster is the problem. Okay. All right. So, okay, where was Miss Ventura? New York City. Okay, we read that. Who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Capricorn says Scott, Miss Cudi. Prosecutor, how did you learn that? She said she brought him to my apartment. I would have told Cassie, don't bring no men you seeing over here, because you know Diddy crazy. You know Diddy crazy. I would have been like, you can't bring girl. She would not have been able to bring nobody to my apartment with this crazy man you with. Okay. Prosecutor, what did she say? She texted me they were going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Prosecutor, why? If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Miss Cudi, I mean, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. Now, y'all, we have to ask. What is the mentality of a person who you know the situation you're in with this man Diddy? You're out in LA, all of everything is still under his dime. You're still hooking up with this man, doing freak offs, whatever. You know this man is still treating you like you're his property and doing whatever. And you say, I'm going out with Kid Cudi at this public place in LA. And Capricorn Clark has to tell you, bad idea, flag on the play. That might not be something you want to do. Okay. Now, a part of me is like, Cassie, were you trying like to make Diddy jealous? Were you trying? Again, none of this, what I'm saying right now, doesn't mean, oh, this justifies him doing any of the stuff he did to her. That is not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying, if you're in a volatile situation with somebody who's crazy and has done all of these things to you, put the hands on you, everything else you're claiming this man did to you, and clearly the man is crazy, okay? Why would you go out in a public place in LA when you're in LA on, first of all, on his dime? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would Capricorn Clark have to tell you that's not a good idea? Make it make sense. Okay. And so again, Capricorn Clark tells Cassie that was not a good idea because Diddy's paying for both of their phones and he's going to know what's going on. Okay. Capricorn Clark said, I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. Prosecutor, when did Mr. Combs return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Cipriani. Prosecutor, and then Capricorn Clark said on December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., there was banging at my door. Let's see if we have an update since then. Prosecutor, what did you see through the peephole? Capricorn said a furious puff. The defense objects. Judge said, ask another question. What was his movement? Pacing with something in his hand. Did you open the door? The prosecutor asked. I did. What was he wearing? Button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott. What did he say? What did he say? We're going to go kill this N-word. First of all, if I was Capricorn Clark, if she and Cassie remain friends after this, that's something too, because how you gonna bring Kid Cudi to my house, to my apartment? You know that it's crazy. And there's a whole burner phone where, you know, Capricorn Clark could blame herself too, because she went out to Best Buy to buy Cassie a burner phone. It's just like, y'all just wilding. Okay, prosecutor, where was the gun? Capricorn Clark, in his hand. I said I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a F what you want, get dressed. Prosecutor, what concerns did you have? He had never come to my house. Prosecutor, did you try to escape? No, I got dressed. Prosecutor, who joined in? Ruben. Okay, Ruben is another guy who is on Diddy's security team. And the Black Escalade executive class. Prosecutor, where was Ruben? He was in the driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right-hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left next to me. Usually, he would have sat in the front. Gun was in his lap. Prosecutor, how long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills? If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cudi's house? Capricorn Clark said they went in. Prosecutor, could you see in? Capricorn Clark said yes. They broke into this man's house. So that's one charge right there that definitely corroborated. Okay. Prosecutor, what did you do? I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the fuck? Or what the fuck is maybe what they meant to put here. I told her Puff was at Cudi's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. Prosecutor, what did you hear on the phone? The Scott was at Cassie's. That Scott was at Cassie. So when she called Cassie to say, Diddy is over here at Kid Cudi's house with a gun threatening to kill him, she then heard Kid Cudi in the background because Kid Cudi and Cassie were together. This aligns with the testimony from Kid Cudi about he went that morning and picked Cassie up and so on. So this aligns, right? Prosecutor, when did Mr. Combs come back? When Mr. Combs came back, Capricorn Clark said he took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cudi driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there's that in right there. We drove off and saw the police driving the other way toward Cudi's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. Okay, now we're going to have to go back in a little bit, to the CNN side to get more context here. Because what was described on the CNN side was that Kid Cudi pulls up beside Diddy's Escalade, but he accelerates away. And then Diddy and his driver follows Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark said, for about a minute. And then then Diddy, Capricorn Clark, and the security guy ended up going to a club that night where Diddy told her to call Cassie and told Capricorn Clark that if she and Cassie did not convince Kid Cudi to not file charges about him breaking in or telling the police about him breaking into his house, that he was going to kill everybody. Okay. So that's what we got from the CNN side of what's going on in court today. So anyway, here on the X thread, the prosecutor said, what did he tell you to tell Cassie? That he had me and wouldn't let me go. Yes, CNN said that too, that she was Diddy told her, call Cassie, let Cassie know that we have you and we're not going to let you go until she does whatever he wanted her to do. Kidnapping. Okay. How did Cassie respond? She said, okay, come get me. She was calm. Prosecutor, who drove you home? Ruben. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs then tell you? To convince Cudi not to say that it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie. Where did you go? We went to Cudi's and tried to convince him not to file a police report. Prosecutor, what did you tell them? That Puff came to my house with a gun. Prosecutor, what did you tell them he said? If you tell on him, he'll hurt us all. Prosecutor, what was Mr. Mescuddy's reaction? Mind blown. Objection. The defense objects. The judge sustains, tell the jury to disregard. Prosecutor, what happened at the house? He was kicking Cassie again and again. Oh, okay. So we jump there. So we'll see when we go to the CNN side if there's more context. How was Cassie? In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. Prosecutor, where was he kicking her? Her backside. Her Capricorn Clark voice cracks. Prosecutor, where were you? 5 feet away. So was Ruben. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to F you up too. And what did Rube do? Nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock, this is another security person for Diddy. I told him, tell your brother to stop Puff. He is kicking the out of her. Capricorn Clark says, I called Paulie too. Paulie's another person on the security team. I said he'd take care of it, but Rube did nothing. What next? Combs told me to get the fuck out too. I left on foot. Prosecutor, could you still see her getting kicked until I went around the bend? Wow. Prosecutor, then who did you call? Regina Ventura, that's Cassie's mom. I told her he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. Prosecutor, why didn't you call the police? The mission of the day was to get Cudi, so no calling police. This is so wild. Prosecutor, this email, who is it from? So I guess he's showing Capricorn Clark an email in court. Cassie, she wrote that he would be releasing sex tapes about me and he would have someone else hurt me and Kid Cudi. Do you recall if you responded to this? I don't. Did law enforcement call you? The arson investigators, Cudi had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. Prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, I should kill you bitches and I should cut her face. Prosecutor, how many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there. D-Rock, you coming to the stand, my boy. There's no way D-Rock is not coming to the stand. And I bet you he is singing like a bird, and he should, to protect himself. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. Who is Harv Pierre? The president of Bad Boy Records. I told him Puff had kidnapped me. Wow. Harv Pierre, if y'all don't know, was the president of Bad Boy Records, and he resigned shortly after all of this stuff blew up. He has also been accused of SAing somebody. So that is Harv Pierre. Okay, so Capricorn Clark said that she told Harv Pierre, the president Hi, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging in there. I don't know what happened. Everything on my side just went dead and we were on a roll. So I'm going to try to pick back up on the CNN side of where we were. And let me just make sure that I am actually, you all can actually hear me. All right. So anyway, we're gonna pick up where we left off with Capricorn Clark, who was telling them about all the things that she had been through with the whole Kid Cudi incident and Combs and him forcing her to go along. So former Capricorn Clark, former employee of Diddy, was testifying about what happened directly after the episode, in which she says Combs and a security guard were at Kitty's home in December 2011. Clark Combs and his security guard went to a nearby nightclub, she said. Combs directed Clark to call Cassie Ventura and tell her that, quote, he has me and he's not going to let me go until I come get her. On the phone, Cassie responded that Clark should come get her, Clark testified. Combs then said she and Ventura needed to convince Kid Cudi to not tell police that Combs was involved in the break-in at Kitty's home. Combs told her, quote, if you guys don't convince him of that, I'll kill all you, according to Clark. All right. Clark says that after Diddy Combs allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's home, she approached Cassie, who was still with Kid Cudi. Clark told them, if you tell on him, he's going to hurt us all. According to Clark, Cassie responded by asking her, do you really think he will? Y'all. Now, I didn't gave, I don't know, I feel like 100 disclaimers while talking about this trial because, I always want to say as a disclaimer, check the box. Cassie is a victim of domestic violence. There's no debate there. We've seen the video. So I always just give that disclaimer because we still got to talk about stuff as we learn stuff. What do you mean, do you really think he will? Look at all the stuff he's already done. What do you mean, do you really think he will hurt everybody? How is that a question? Okay, so Clark said Cassie then went with Clark to Combs's Los Angeles rental home. Combs in a robe and underwear and immediately began kicking Cassie, Clark testified. Clark said she had a security guard. She and a security guard stood by as Combs repeatedly kicked Ventura. Clark said Combs threatened to hurt her too if she tried to stop him from hurting Ventura. Clark said she left after the security guard told her to leave, and Ventura was still on the ground while Combs continued to kick her. Clark said that she called Ventura's mom, Regina, as she left the property. Please help her, quote, I can't call the police, but you can, Clark recalled telling Ventura's mother. Regina Ventura said she would handle it and hung up, Clark said. Jury shown Ventura's 2011 email detailing Combs' threats. The jury again saw the email Cassie sent Capricorn Clark and her mother on December 23, 2011, under the alias Veronica Bang, referencing the threats from Diddy to Ventura and Kid Cudi. Clark testified she can't remember if she responded to the email. Capricorn Clark said arson investigators reached out to her in 2012, asking her to make a statement about an arson incident involving Kid Cudi's vehicle. Clark said she hung up the phone and did not provide a statement. I wanted this whole thing to be over, she testified. Clark added that she never discussed an arson incident involving Cudi with Combs. Now, okay, we'll see what the defense asks across because my immediate thought is if the cops called Capricorn Clark to ask her about this whole arson incident, and she just hung up the phone on him because she just wanted it to be over. Was that the end of it? Or did the cops follow through? So we'll see what the defense brings out of that, because that's unusual behavior for the cops. You hung up on the cops and that was the end of it. So I'm going to think, what was going on, right? Did that happen the way she's explaining it? Were the cops paid off so they didn't pursue it? What was the deal? But cops calling you about an arson case, you hang up on them because you just quote unquote wanted the whole thing to be over, and there's no follow up. So we'll see if we learn more. Um, Remember, Kid Cudi testified last week that one morning in January 2012, his dog watcher called him from his home to tell him that his car was on fire. Looking at photos, Cudi explained that it looked like the top of my porch was cut open, and that's where the Molotov cocktail was put in, causing further damage that could not be salvaged. Okay. After the events of late 2011, Sean Diddy Combs would angrily ask Capricorn Clark why she didn't tell him about Cassie's brief relationship with Kid Cudi. One time, Combs told her, "I should kill you bitches and I should cut her face," Clark testified. Clark estimated Combs threatened her about 50 times between December 2011 and the following summer. After the December 2011 incident, Sean Diddy Combs told Capricorn Clark she couldn't be friends with Cassie. They could only see each other for work. Clark testified that her relationship with Cassie changed after that. Clark also said that in early 2012, she informed someone in human resources that Harv Pierre, the former president of Bad Boy Records, about that. Okay, let me start over. Clark also said that in early 2012, she informed someone in human resources and Harv Pierre, the former president of Bad Boy Records, about the kidnapping incident and how Combs wanted to kill Kid Cudi and beat Ventura. Pierre just told her, "That's crazy." What? That's crazy, but it's gonna be okay. That is not how you respond. Now I know these people are working for an idiot and an egomaniac and all kind of other adjectives as far as Diddy. But there are some corporate things and guidelines around how you have to handle employees. So when an employee comes to you and tells you this kind of stuff, you are accountable to do something. Now, this is not going to be different from any other company, I believe. If your allegation is against the person who's in charge, like the big dog, the owner, the president, it probably is going to be handled in a way to kind of just get rid of you or make you go away, pay you whatever, because they're going to protect the big dog, right? But for them to respond, that's crazy. She told him what Sean had did in these situations, and the response from human resources was, I'm sure, lackluster. And then Harv Pierre, who was then the president of Bad Boy Records, just said, "That's crazy." Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Capricorn Clark said she was fired in August 2012. She said she was still being sent work while she was on vacation. So she told an HR employee that Diddy was mad at her because she didn't tell him his girlfriend was cheating on him. She was terminated shortly after, she said, accused of improperly taking vacation. Wow. Wow. And the funny thing about all of this too is that, Cassie in her testimony said that when she was messing around with Kid Cudi, she and Diddy was on a break. But Cassie also in her testimony said that while she was dealing with Kid Cudi, she and Sean were still having freak-offs. So I don't think there was a break. And if there was a break, there definitely wasn't a break that Diddy would identify as a break. And to think that you're in this kind of situation, you're in this level of messiness with this man who you know is violent. And the fact that she brought Kid Cudi at one point in time when she was messing around with him to Capricorn Clark's apartment, I would have went off if I was Capricorn Clark. I was like, nah, y'all can't be up in here. Y'all know we dealing with this fool. No. Okay. Capricorn Clark said Diddy's let's see, Capricorn Clark said Diddy, former employee, said after she was terminated, Combs told her that I would never work again, that he would show me that all these people weren't my friends, that he would make me kill myself. Clark testified that she received a settlement from Combs' attorneys over wrongful termination allegations in the fall of 2012. She did not disclose the amount on the stand. Whatever amount she got, I believe it probably was not enough. Clark returned to work for Combs in 2016 after not finding other employment, she says. Though she was fired in 2012, Capricorn Clark returned to work for Diddy as Cassie's creative director in 2016. Clark had not been able to find other work, and she wanted to try to get her life back, Clark testified. Clark reported to Combs, and he approved all of Ventura's projects, Clark said. Clark testified she noticed an increase in Cassie's drug use during this time. Clark left the position in 2018, and that was the last time she worked for Ventura, she testified. Okay, so she went back to work for Diddy because she said she couldn't find other work. And okay, so I'm just gonna let that go. We'll see what the defense says, but I don't know. I think, there could be people on this jury who definitely understand what it's like to not have a job, what it's like to be looking for work, what it's like when maybe you've tapped out all of the resources you had and you're still in that position that at that point you're desperate to get work. I definitely understand that. There might be other people on the jury who feel like I would have still just found something else because at this point, this man has kidnapped you. He has threatened to kill you. His security team has threatened to throw you in the East River. Okay. It's a lot going on. He put his hands on you at one time. All right. You've watched him kick your friend and Cassie over and over and over and over. You've seen a lot. So there's maybe some people on the jury who will think, is this story really like what she's saying? Because why would you still go back to work? Even if you were desperate, you could find another job somewhere else or just hope something else will work out. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what might be some other things the people on the jury are considering when they hear this testimony. But if I had to put money on it, I think the lion's share of people don't have a problem processing what Capricorn Clark is saying and understanding what her actions were, even if you feel your actions would have been different. Just because they've now done such a good job, I feel, of making Diddy really appear as this monster that he was. And so I think they'll shoot a little bell on that. Okay. Prosecution needs to bring more witnesses to the stand to reinforce racketeering charge, legal expert says. So we're not going to read that from the analyst. I will say I'm in agreement with that statement because with racketeering charges, you have to prove that there is a criminal enterprise. With the sex trafficking charges, you have to prove coercion. So with the sex trafficking charges, they might nail that with the coercion and the beatdowns and the threats and all of that. But with the racketeering charges, where you have to show that there's a criminal enterprise, I still think evidence is really, really, really lacking there. What we're seeing is that Diddy committed a lot of other crimes. He committed a lot of crimes based off of this testimony. Okay. But crimes related to racketeering to support a criminal enterprise, we have not seen that yet. Okay. Capricorn Clark, Diddy's former employee, testified that she retained attorneys in 2023 after Cassie filed her lawsuit against Combs. The lawsuit traumatized Clark, she said. Clark met with attorneys for Combs in April 2024, and they spoke about the possibility of her working for one of Combs's companies again. She said she wanted her life back. Clark never heard from Combs's attorneys after that. Clark testified that she hasn't spoken to Ventura since 2018. All right. All right, so here's a brief description of what it's like inside the courtroom today. Sean Diddy Combs' mother and sister are inside. Did I know that he had a sister? I don't think I knew that. Okay. Diddy's mother and sister are inside the courtroom today after court recess for a short break. Combs' mother kissed defense lawyer Nicole Westmoreland on the cheek. Combs' sister Keisha, who has been a constant presence at the trial, is also present today. None of Combs' children are in the courtroom. Combs' mother was overheard excuse me, overheard saying she attended her granddaughter's graduation and prom. During Capricorn Clark's emotional testimony, she often patted her eyes with a tissue. She seemed to avert her eyes from Combs, but as she was leaving the courtroom during the break, she looked over toward his direction, clenched her jaw, and nodded. Okay. So Capricorn Clark is back on the stand after a short break. And let's see. Okay, all right. So now she is being crossed by the defense. So this should get a little interesting to see where the defense goes with questioning Capricorn Clark. So the defense attorney, why can I not talk? The defense attorney, we're just going to say Mark Agnifilo, began by confirming with Capricorn Clark, a former employee of Diddy's, that they had met before. Agnifilo, Tenny Garagos, and another attorney for Sean Combs, Jonathan Davis, met with Clark, who brought an attorney and a friend with her on April 10th, 2024. Agnifilo asked Clark to confirm that she told lawyers at the meeting that Combs wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. Oh, okay, defense. I think I see what you're trying to do. The defense attorney Agnifilo asked Clark to confirm that she told the lawyers at the meeting that Combs would not be in this mess if he had kept her around. She acknowledged she probably said something like that as they discussed the possibility of her returning to work for him as his chief of staff. Why would you want to return? Why would you want not all this talk about you want to get your life back and all that? Why would you want to return and be this man's chief of staff, knowing how he gets down, knowing that he has physically put his hands on you before, knowing that he, according to you, against your will, held you and made you take a lie detector test for 5 days straight, knowing that this man came to your house with a gun, forced you in the car to go to Kid Cudi's house, and he told you he was going over there to kill that N-word. Why would you want to be the chief of staff for a man who had, during these lie detector tests, had these security men around you telling you that you need to calm down? And if you didn't calm down, you might get thrown in the East River. As if that was going to help you calm down. Okay? Why would you want to be chief of staff for that man? Now, I'm going to tell you, I believe what I'm reading here from Capricorn Clark as far as the things that went down, but she's another one of these characters in this whole thing with Diddy that at the end of the day, money ruled everything. Money, position, and maybe even proximity to fame ruled everything. Because how in the world do you want to be a chief of staff for that person? That is wild to me. She also told the lawyers at the meeting that Cassie Ventura wasn't good for Combs. What? okay, let's go. The attorney who accompanied Clark, although they weren't good for each other, but that's a whole nother. But to hear her saying that after all the other stuff we just talked about this morning, girl, what? Okay. The attorney who accompanied Clark to that meeting was Brian Friedman, the well known entertainment lawyer representing Justine Baldoni in the ongoing litigation with Blake Lively. Okay, so y'all got big lawyers who do big things. Okay, let's see. Three former assistants have taken the stand so far. Here's what they've said. So that's just an analysis. There's some similarities too across the assistants when they talk about Diddy. Capricorn Clark testified that she met Combs around 2002 through a mutual friend after she moved to New York City. She said her relationship with Combs was 1,000%, quote unquote, 1,000% platonic. Clark said Combs took ecstasy in the early stages of their friendship, and his drug use increased over time. Okay. Capricorn Clark texted Combs in June 2021. Quote, did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? Oh boy. Now that still doesn't mean the thing wasn't platonic, but you see what the defense is doing. And the defense is doing what they should do. They're trying to discredit her. They're trying to discredit her because some of these questions and her willing to be his chief of staff and her telling him that Cassie wasn't good for him, it makes me feel like, well, did you want to be Cassie? You saw her getting herself, beat down, kicked over and over and over outside in the yard. The security told you to leave. You said as you were leaving and you look back, you see her still getting kicked over and over and over again until you got around the bend and you couldn't see it anymore. And then you call Cassie's mom and say, hey, I can't call the police because, I work here. But he kicking your daughter, so you might want to call him. So that man, the defense is saying, one, you told him, or Cassie's just not good for you. The defense is saying you wanted to go back to work for him after all of this. The defense is saying that there's a text message from you, Capricorn Clark, to Diddy where you said, quote, did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? Okay. And Capricorn Clark's response was, quote, we hung out all the time. I played it super cool. I don't think you knew. I just knew for sure that you liked to have me around. Clark testified she doesn't remember saying this to Combs, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. It's unclear how Combs responded to the text messages. Boy. Well, I'm gonna flip over to the X thread and see if we have any other updates over there. But boy, I tell you, this water gets muddier and muddier and muddier. Now what they're doing with Capricorn Clark right now in the stand of defense, they're trying to make her less credible, of course, to the jurors. Now, I don't know if she's said anything that totally discredits what she said about Kid Cudi and Diddy and the kidnapping of her and all of that. But it does leave a bad taste in your mouth when you see evidence of, were you trying to get with this ninja? You said y'all relationship, when she said her relationship with Diddy was 1,000% platonic, that was already a red flag. Why we at 1,000%? why we at 1,000%? Huh? It's like you doubling down on that, like a little too much. Just a little too much. I don't know. So I'm gonna go over here to the X feed and check and see if we have maybe additional detail while we wait for more updates. And if so, I will share that screen with you all so you can follow along. But this is just This is just interesting. I knew the defense was definitely going to poke holes in the Diddy did all of these things, but you still wanted to work for him. But for them to even have a text message where it sounds flirtatious, where she's telling Diddy, I used to have a crush on you before I worked for you. What's that about? What's that about? Because you said y'all were 1,000% platonic, and maybe you were because it didn't go nowhere. But you also saw what this man did and what he did to you. So why are you sending these text messages? I almost need to know the date of these text messages. So maybe if the if the prosecutor on redirect, they may choose to clean that up, or maybe they don't think it's a big deal. Well, so I don't know, but y'all please like the live and drop a comment and subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber already. I would appreciate the support. And I'm just trying to quickly get up here to where they are on X with Inner City Press with what's going on in the court right now. So y'all just bear with me for just a second. My whole live went dead earlier, so I had to come back in, and so I may have lost a few people doing that, but I think we're good to go now. Hopefully we won't have any more technical difficulties. Okay, I'm just scrolling. Okay, yeah, I think we may have some more current stuff happening on X with what's going on in the courtroom. So let me just okay, they're talking about Diddy's mama. All right, I think we can. Let me check right quick and see if we have. All right, so let's go over to X and see what's going on over there. Let me share that screen with y'all. Boy. And just think, this is just week 3 of what is supposed to be an 8-week trial. And also keep in mind, the defense has yet to start calling their witnesses. So right now we're still with the witnesses that are called by the prosecution. Okay, so they took a break and they're back. We went over this part. CNN also captured it, where the defense attorney was just reminding Capricorn Clark that they had met before in 2024. And they talked about she wanted to come back to work for Mr. Combs, right? All right, so let's pick up there. All right, so the defense attorney says, you wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right? She said, we discussed it, yes. Defense attorney, you saw Miss Garagos taking notes? Yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? Capricorn Clark said, I just thought they were toxic. Defense attorney, tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs in 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs. Defense attorney, he wasn't doing drugs, right? He did ecstasy in Daddy House. So Daddy House must be the name of a club, because they mentioned that before. And at first I thought it was a typo that they meant Diddy's house, but Daddy House must be a club. He did ecstasy in Daddy House. And who's going to a club called Daddy House? Let me just make a note. That's something else I gotta research. What is Daddy House? And if it is a club, what kind of club is it? What y'all doing over there in Daddy House? Who wants to go to a club called Daddy House? I'm just saying. Okay. All right. Again, defense attorney said he wasn't doing drugs, right? And Capricorn Clark said he did ecstasy in Daddy House. Defense attorney, but it got worse? Yes. Defense attorney, you authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. It was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. Defense attorney, but you were told you could not be given a job in the middle of the investigation. Capricorn Clark said, I don't remember that. Defense attorney, read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying, okay, this is the text message that she sent to Diddy about, I had the biggest crush on you before I started working for you. Okay. The defense attorney said, read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? The prosecutor objects. The judge says, Mr. Agnafilo said the reason is state of mind as far as he's asking the question. Prosecutor said it's being offered for the truth. The defense attorney said we had a step on this, and then there's a sidebar. Okay, so now they're back. Defense attorney, you called him Chalk for chocolate. Girl, you can't be calling the diddler Chalk for chocolate with your 1000% platonic relationship. Capricorn Clark said, I did. Defense attorney, you started with Def Jam, Run DMC. She said, I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. Defense attorney, so how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark, I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. He said, you'd work for me? I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway in Raisin in the Sun. I forgot Diddy acted in Raisin in the Sun. And if I remember that correctly, a lot of people thought he did a good job acting in that play. Okay. He was acting on Broadway in Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. Defense attorney. He had a major part. He was a star. Capricorn Clark said, then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get the t-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I'd call them and say Puff wanted them to come. Defense attorney, and they came? Capricorn Clark said they did. Okay. Defense attorney, I'm sorry, Capricorn Clark said the jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Okay, that skips. That is not where we were. Let's go back and see where we were. Okay. Puff wanted them to come and they came. Okay, this is when she's talking about getting them to wear these t-shirts. Defense attorney, how long before the jewelry missing thing? It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. Defense attorney, when did the jewels going missing happen? After July 4th. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Defense attorney, who else got the lie detector? Mike B, his stylist, he too had gone to street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. Defense attorney, you never told HR? No. Okay. All right, let's see where we're going from here. Okay, Capricorn Clark said, I got fired for 3 weeks. Defense attorney, how did you get unfired? Capricorn Clark, I went to work on his 35th birthday at Cipriani's to do the celebrity list. I came back. Defense attorney, 2004 to 2006, not all. Okay, I don't know what this means. We'll have to wait and see what the CNN update says. As a personal assistant, Capricorn Clark said then as a liaison. She says, I was making $65,000 for Combs, then $90 at Jive. Why'd you come back to Combs? I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed, asked me to come back for Sean John for women. Capricorn Clark, I think I was a really good employee for him. Defense attorney, he told you were awesome. He did not use that word. You worked hard for him. I did. Others worked hard too, right? Not as hard as me. Okay, Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark said, I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs, almost crying. He broke that glass ceiling for us Black people in the business world. Defense attorney, do you need a minute? Capricorn Clark said, no, it's just complicated. And the judge said, we'll take a break. Wow, what a way to end. What a way to end before taking a break. And one thing that, and this is even from one of his other assistants, they will testify to the horrific nature of working for Diddy. And they will also, though, talk about how complicated it was because of the good things he did or the opportunities that they got that they may not have gotten elsewhere. And as she just said, he broke the ceiling for a lot of things for Black people in the business world, giving them opportunities, right? And it is so, to me, it's even more diabolical because, it's nothing like, and maybe some of you have had this experience, especially when you're from a marginalized group, right? Have you ever worked for someone who wasn't the best, but they had given you an opportunity? And maybe it's not as egregious, the things that took place. Maybe, perhaps they're not, hopefully they're not as egregious as what we're hearing Diddy took people through, employees through. But have you worked for someone who was just, let's just say they were a crappy boss? Maybe not even ethical in some of the things they did, but they were the person who gave you your opportunity. How do you feel about that person? So we see this from Capricorn Clark right now. We saw that from one of the other gentlemen assistants that work for Diddy. While they're describing all the horrific things that he's done, they are also, excuse me, expressing how much they learned from him from a business perspective, or how much opportunity they had working for him that they might not have otherwise had. And Capricorn Clark here in tears is talking about it's complicated, and he broke the glass ceiling for Black people in the business world, or for some people in the business world. Now let's not give Diddy too much, okay? But he did that for a lot of people. So where I land with all of that is that multiple things can be true. You can be a horrible human being while you're also a person who has given people opportunity. Both of those things can be true. So they took a break on that statement. So we're going to switch over to CNN and see what their update is saying at this point. I think they'll give us a little bit more context on what we just read from the X thread. But this has been an interesting cross-examination by the defense of Capricorn Clark. So it's been interesting, especially the things that sound a little flirty, right? So we already know that Capricorn Clark said that her relationship with Diddy was 1000% platonic. Now, she didn't say right here that she called him Chalk, short for chocolate. That sounds a little, Okay, so per the CNN update, they said that, Capricorn Clark texted the Diddy in June 2021. Did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? She said, we hung out all the time. I played it super cool. She said, I didn't think you knew. I just knew for sure that you liked to have me around. Clark testified she doesn't remember saying this to Combs, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. It's unclear how Combs responded to the text messages. Let's see what else we have here. If we have any other update before they went to lunch. Okay, so they are on lunch break now. And when they return from lunch, Capricorn Clark will still be on the stand. And they ended going to lunch with Capricorn Clark being in tears about it being complicated, the situation with Diddy being complicated. So here is a recap of what has happened this morning. We're not going to read all of that here because that's what we've been going over this whole morning, step by step, what has been happening in the trial. Uh, yeah, she did talk about Capricorn Clark talked about she had stress induced alopecia. She talked about that she was stiffed for $80,000 in overtime that she was due per HR. She was owed $80,000 in overtime for a 3-month period. And when that paperwork went to Diddy, he ripped it up and she was never paid for the time she worked. Now, based on other testimony, there was some, well, she said there was a settlement around wrongful termination, but I don't know. She didn't disclose the amount. So we don't have any details. So we don't know if that settlement included, making her whole with this $80,000 or not. Again, aliases for the hotel. We're aware. She is similar to me, like George Kaplan, who's just, again, talking about the horrific things that he did, but also giving him praise for what he meant in the business industry. She, like others, a witness to the drug use, a life that was her own while working for Combs as his personal assistant. She was expected to follow his every instruction, reinforce. Yeah, when he told her she couldn't have a life. See, your problem is you want a life and you can't have that here. And told her not to leave the house. She testified. Crossing boundaries. It's interesting when she talks about the crossing boundaries and following the Miami summer of 2006 incident, Clark told the chef that she hated her employment. She testified. The chef then told Combs, who confronted Clark, pushing her and demanding she get out of his house. Clark and Combs said Combs pushed her about 30 yards using about 75% of his force, she said. Eventually, one of Combs' security guards intervened. So that's about the only time I've heard anybody say they intervened in anything. Normally they just stand and watch. By telling Combs to stop and telling Clark to go pack her belongings. Clark testified she left her job after this incident because it was crossing my boundary, which I found interesting because at this point, all the other stuff has already happened. All the other stuff has already happened, right? So, well, the Kid Cudi incident had not happened yet, but she has seen a lot by this point, right? So the relationship with Cassie, she talked about that a bit this morning. She talked about, her helping Cassie get a burner phone. She talked about being aware, of course, that Cassie was messing around with Kid Cudi. She talked about a time when they came to her apartment, which I thought was crazy because no way would you be bringing your plaything over here to my apartment when I know this man that you're with and we both work for is crazy. Okay. They talk a bit about the Kid Cudi incident. And about what happened when they broke into his home, how he came and got her from her apartment. I did find it interesting when Capricorn Clark said that the police had called her to talk further about the arson situation, and she just hung up on them, and because she just wanted everything to be over. And as of now, we don't know. So what does that mean? Does that mean the cops then said, okay, she hung up on us, so no more, that's the end of it. We don't need to ask any more questions about an arson case? And I thought the defense would ask questions about that, but they haven't, or they have not yet. They will be back on the stand once they return from lunch. Witness the violence. Clark talks about the incident where Diddy was kicking Cassie over and over and over. She left and she was told that if she intervened that she would get some of that too. And she called Cassie's mom to make her aware of what was going on. But she said Combs threatened to hurt her too if she tried to jump in to help Cassie. There were the email threats that were talked about this morning. This is the email that Cassie received from Diddy about what he would do to her and Kid Cudi, and this is connected to the whole $20,000 that he demanded from her parents, and they had to take out their home equity loan on their house to pay him the $20,000. which he had them wire to whatever, working with his accountant, had it wired to him, and then he returned it in 5 days. The fact that you returned it in 5 days means nothing to me. First of all, you demanded this money. You're a millionaire. You demanded this money to flex, to show your ego, your control. You wanted them people to know that I can do anything to you and your daughter. These people took out a home equity loan on their home, and then you return the money. So what? I heard some people was like, well, he returned the money. Do not do that. Okay. A forbidden friendship. Capricorn Clark talked about how Diddy forbade her from having a friendship with Cassie, and that pretty much was the end of her and Cassie having any kind of friendship. Clark said she was fired after she was sent work while on vacation. She testified she had told an HR employee that Combs was mad at her because she didn't tell him his girlfriend was cheating on him. Her employment was terminated shortly after that in August 2012. Clark said she was accused of improperly taking vacation. After she was fired, Combs told her that I would never work again, that he would show me that all these people weren't my friends, that he would make me kill myself, she testified. The former assistant received a settlement through Combs' attorneys over wrongful termination allegations in the fall of 2012, but didn't say the amount on the stand. So then where we ended up a platonic relationship or cross-examination, Clark testified that she met Combs around 2002 through a mutual friend shortly after she moved to New York, saying her relationship with Combs was 1,000% platonic. Clark said Combs took ecstasy in the early stages of their friendship, and his drug use increased over time. They are now on lunch break, and I tell you, I think one of the things that the defense is doing to try to discredit Capricorn Clark is to really pull in text messages where she appears to kind of be flirting with Diddy, for them to say to her, when you met with us previously, did you not say that Cassie wasn't good for Diddy? And Capricorn Clark's response to that was, well, I just thought they were toxic. So, again, it is interesting because you listen to everything that Capricorn Clark has already said this morning, the things that happened to her in all of this that was going on, the threats that were made against her. And then when you hear that, she went back to work for Diddy because she was unable to find work, even after some of the things she had been through. And when you hear that she used to call him Chalk, short for chocolate, it can make you like, okay, Capricorn, what's up with you? But not what's up with you to the extent where you're dismissing what she's testified to. So I guess it is complicated. So they are on lunch break now. Let's see if we have any idea when they will return. I'm thinking they're probably going to return. Yeah, they're going to return. The jury has been dismissed for a lunch break, and they're going to return at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, as we have been doing with these live streams, I am going to take that opportunity for myself also to take a little break, take a bio break here, and I'll be right back. I'm sure I will be back before the 1 o'clock time frame. So I'm gonna let y'all listen to some music while I'm on the break with the court. Let me just make a quick note here. And please thumbs up the live. Please leave a comment. Let me know what you're thinking about what you've heard so far, or just overall, what is your opinion on all things related to this Diddy trial? And if you're not a subscriber already, please consider subscribing to the channel. I am very, 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 very new at doing this live streaming, especially of a court case. I'm not sure if this is something I'm going to do all the time. I want to get better at it, so I know I'm going to keep live streaming to some extent, but very specific to court cases. I don't know, but this is one of those cases, right? So I definitely wanted to follow it. But yeah, so please, if you're not a subscriber to the channel already, please consider subscribing. I would really, really, really appreciate your support. And let's see if we can get a little music going here. All right. And we'll be back. I'll be back again before 1 o'clock. And that is when court is expected to be back.
Show an exhibit photo of the Google map that shows kind of the direction of driving or direction of travel from Capricorn Clark's house to Kid Cudi's home. And then we see that same exhibit photo of Kid Cudi's front door. And so from there, Capricorn was kind of explaining she didn't know whether or not Kid Cudi was actually at his home, but Capricorn said that she had to stay in the car. Meanwhile, Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. Capricorn explained that she had called Cassie and called Cassie's burner phone through all of this. And Capricorn had explained to Cassie, she said, Cassie, what the F? And she had told Cassie that she was brought to Kid Cudi's home essentially to be there so that way they could kill him. And Capricorn actually changed the name from Cassie's burner phone over to, like, I guess her best friend's name, because she didn't want Diddy to find out that she called her to give her the heads up. But guess what happens next? Diddy comes out and she said that while she was on the phone with Cassie, she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone telling Cassie that this man's in my house. Those weren't the exact words that were said, but you get what I'm going with that. But and Cassie was trying to stop him because he could have been killed in this incident, according to Capricorn Clark. Diddy comes out. Diddy explains, who the F are you talking to? Diddy called that same number back, found out that that's Cassie's burner phone, then got livid knowing Cassie even had this extra phone. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi later pulled up to his home. He sped off later though, and then D-Rock, Capricorn, and Rue all followed him in the same car, chased him until they essentially lost him. But then the police responded, and that's when Kid Cudi, I guess, returns back to his home. And it's interesting because I don't recall under direct or even cross-examination that Kid Cudi explaining that he actually drove to the home before the police arrived. But according to Capricorn Clark, that's what she kind of said happened. But she surprisingly said that Diddy was relatively calm when he saw the police sirens going over to Kid Cudi's home, but that afterwards, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben all went to the Key Club, and Diddy told Capricorn to essentially call Cassie and tell her to come over here. And Cassie said, okay, well, come get me. So Diddy told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi not to tell the police that Diddy was the one allegedly behind it and not to make a police report about the incident. The Capricorn told Kid Cudi as well too not to file this police report, and that Kid Cudi was essentially mind blown. There was another objection. That objection was sustained, so maybe the mind blown won't be in the transcript. But after this event happened, and after this, because this was just them going into the home, that Capricorn and Cassie went over to Diddy's house, and Diddy began physically assaulting and being physically violent with Cassie. Capricorn explained that he kept kicking her and he never used his hands. Cassie was crouched into this fetal position.
Elizabeth, let me jump in because it's so loud right now. I know we got the sirens going on. This is the beauty of a live shot right outside the federal courthouse. But look, just from my point of view, look, this is really, really important testimony because it helps establish this alleged kidnapping. It helps to back up what Kid Cudi had testified to. It helps to describe and back up and corroborate with what Cassandra Ventura had testified to. All this idea that the jury has to believe that Sean Combs was essentially a mob boss, that he was running this criminal organization and had people engaging in this kind of behavior. And I'll pick it up back to you because the sound stopped. But, also real quick, she talked about her work. And she talked about being forced. I mean, if we're talking about forced labor, it wasn't just the hours. I mean, she talked about the hours she had to work as well, but also the kind of circumstances of her job too, right?
She did. And as I'm trying to go through my notes, everyone, that's also the beauty of the live shot, is writing or finding your place where you'd wrote down everything, because you write down so many notes, I should say. But as far as just the overworking that she did, she said on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep. And then on a bad night, she got 2 hours of sleep. I'm personally think 4 hours of sleep is kind of a bad night, but according to her, that was just pretty typical. She said that she even got stress-induced alopecia from working with Diddy. She even had to go to a doctor. She said that around that time frame, she was making about $65,000 as her salary as a personal assistant. But the thing is, Jesse, she went to HR and HR calculated Capricorn's overtime. And she said that she had enough overtime that was owed to her, totaling about $80,000 of overtime. That's a lot of money. But what did Diddy do whenever he was shown kind of this paper receipt and kind of this document that showed that she was owed $80,000 in overtime? Diddy allegedly ripped up this paper. That's what Capricorn Clark said while she was on the stand. But like a lot of the other assistants that have testified so far, including, David James and George Kaplan as well, that Capricorn Clark's one of her many duties was to set up hotel rooms. And even just thinking about this time frame, right, Jesse, it's from 2004 to 2006. So this was before the Cassie relationship that she was still required to set up these hotels. She said that she would unpack a camera box. This camera box had a camera, lube, baby oil in it. She said that she had to unpack Diddy's clothes, his shoes, a toiletry bag, which a toiletry bag was that Louis Vuitton bag that allegedly had drugs inside of it. She said there were drugs like ecstasy inside this bag. Kind of still the same old tricks, it seems like, too, from just booking these hotel stays, that if it was one of Diddy's girlfriends, because again, this was before Cassie Ventura, that the name for the girlfriend would be Jackie Starr, a same alias that was used by Cassie. She had explained that as far as the names for the hotel reservations for Diddy specifically, she said that those could be either Frank Black, they could be Frank White. She even said that during some of these hotel stays that he being Diddy would stay at the hotel with Kim Porter, and this would be something that would happen at least once a week. But there were other girlfriends who would stay at the hotel too. And then even in the aftermath of everything, Jesse, it's kind of that same old thing where she would pack up all of his stuff and clean up after him. And what was kind of on the walls and kind of the stickier stuff that's found inside these hotel rooms, it was baby oil. So it was interesting kind of hearing that even before the Cassie Ventura relationship goes, that Capricorn Clark was essentially doing the same type of responsibilities that other assistants did while Diddy was with Cassie and even after the fact.
Right. Well, listen, we have a lot to break down with her testimony and what to make of it. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the in-depth report. It feels like I'm, reading the transcript. That's how detailed and thorough your reporting is on this. I know you have to jump back into the courtroom, but Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to break this down, and we're also going to break down your questions. We see them all coming in right now. So I want to bring on my guests. I'm joined first by criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer. Great to have you here, Safa. And we are also joined by entertainment and employment attorney Cameron Dolachahi. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time. So a lot of questions to get into. I will start with you, Safa. We got this question that's coming in from D Princess. So Capricorn said she observed Diddy with guns. The government also has unmarked guns in evidence. What impact will this have on the RICO case, right? The racketeering conspiracy. Talk to us about this, Safa.
Going to have a significant impact on the RICO charges, because one of the things that the government has to prove is that there's an underlying predicate offense within a 10-year period to substantiate the RICO charge. The government last week had testimony with respect to the arson in Kid Cudi's vehicle, which is one of the predicate offenses that they would have to prove. Kidnapping is also another predicate offense they have to prove. So if the government can show that Mr. Combs used threats of force or physical violence by way of using a firearm, which is a significant threat of force and would cause someone to fear for their life, they can prove the kidnapping. And based on Capricorn Clark's testimony this morning, I think they're on a pretty good path to proving that.
I think the testimony, Cameron, about what the employees went through, what was required of them, even if you go back to one of these former assistants saying that it was Sean Combs' kingdom and we all did what he wanted. One of the things that she testified to is that she had to take a lie detector test. Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test. One of the questions is, Danny asks, why did Diddy make Capricorn take a lie detector test? Did she pass or fail? I think it might have had something to do with whether or not she stole jewelry. But, that's an important aspect of this case as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are people going under incredibly toxic conditions to work. They each probably have their own basis for separate lawsuits against them, from, unpaid wages to, like I mentioned, hostile work environment, to failure to prevent discrimination and retaliation. Living and working under those conditions, typically that, I represent plaintiffs, and those are the exact working conditions that lead to multiple lawsuits against the same employer. So, um, you know, the testimony from the employees, it's not just one person saying it, multiple people corroborating the same work environment lends absolute credence to it.
So we also get questions in from not just on YouTube, but we get emails. And there was one that struck us last week. I got to repeat it. I'm going to go to you, Safa. This is an email question from Jamie. I've been watching Law and Crime to keep me updated on the Diddy trial. Thank you all for the information. You're welcome. I've heard people on your show and others say that the prosecution's witnesses are providing testimony to show that Cassie was forced and coerced to comply with Diddy's sex fantasy demands in order to support sex trafficking charges. There are men who sexually, physically, financially, and emotionally abuse women using force, fraud, or coercion all the time. It seems that in order for Diddy's crimes to qualify for commercial sex trafficking, someone would have needed to purchase a victim, i.e. Cassie, from Diddy for the purpose of sex acts. It seems that is why Diddy's crimes wouldn't qualify for sex trafficking, because it's not commercial that we've heard of yet. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Am I missing something? And then there's also a tagline. Also, still don't understand what RICO is. So, Safa, I'll give the floor to you. Is it about purchasing Cassie for sex trafficking? And also, if you want to give a real quick 4-sentence definition about what RICO is.
So really quickly, RICO is a racketeering, influence, and corrupt organization, which essentially means that you have a criminal enterprise that engages in a pattern of behavior that would further that criminal enterprise. There's a few predicate offenses. Some of them include bribery, kidnapping, arson, other things like that. And essentially those would go to prove to further the enterprise, so to speak. So that is basically what a RICO is, first and foremost. Now, with respect to the sex trafficking charges here in the indictment, it's not that Cassie was the one that was purchased for sexual activity, but that they purchased sex workers, so to speak, in order to engage in sexual acts with Cassie, which is why the government had a number of male sex workers that testified with respect to, who they worked for, when they became engaged with Mr. Combs and Cassie Ventura, when they traveled or if they traveled from state to state, because there is a transportation and commerce component to that as well. So it's that Mr. Combs essentially purchased these sex or commercial sex workers, transported them via state lines or across state lines for the purposes of engaging in commercial sexual activity with Ms. Ventura.
Safa, I just want to follow up about one point on this. So we actually have a sidebar coming out later tonight about whether or not the prosecution at this point has proved sex trafficking. So I encourage everybody to check it out. But the reason I bring it up is one of the questions I posed there, I'm going to throw to you. Is it also commercial sex, whether or not, putting aside what was paid to these sex workers, if something of value was provided or promised to Cassandra Ventura, does that make it commercial sex? Is it only about the sex workers, or is it something of value, or whether it was gifts or trips or financial dependency or career promises? Is that commercial sex for sex trafficking?
To an extent, but more so you see it often with respect to the exchange of currency. Could gifts and things of that nature make a showing of commercial sex acts? Possibly. But again, with respect to these charges, I don't think that the government is proving exactly that Ms. Ventura was the person that was the basis for the commercial sex act, right, but that these sex workers that were purchased through this company were the individuals that were commercially or they were the commercial sex workers. So I think it's really with respect to those individuals, which I think interestingly enough begs the question of this particular company, which seems to be a legitimized company, employing these sex workers for individuals to purchase.
I'm going to throw it over to you now, Cameron. By the way, and I correct me if I'm wrong, am I mispronouncing your name? Is it Cameron or Cameron? I keep looking and I'm wondering if I'm saying it incorrectly.
Cameron. I'm a child of Iranian immigrants, so they spelled it quite an interesting way, but it's Cameron.
Oh, there you
I
go.
appreciate
Okay,
it.
well, there you go, Cameron. So we got a question from Mikey John. Do you think Usher is on the witness list? He's known Diddy for a long time, even lived with him. I'm sure he must know something. And let me just couple that. Dawn Richard last week, I believe it was last week, testified that she observed Diddy punch Cassie in front of high-profile celebrities like Usher, which I have said goes to the idea of the power dynamic. So big factor for the jury to consider is, why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't she step forward? Why didn't she fight back? Why didn't she report Combs? Well, if that allegation is true and the jury accepts it, that he could beat her up in front of these people and nobody steps in, nobody does anything, that shows the power of Combs. What is she expected to do? Do you think Usher's going to be called to the stand?
Yeah, he absolutely could be. That's a great point. His testimony is absolutely relevant to show the domestic abuse, to show the forced nature of the relationship and the freak offs. So, as high profile as he is, and maybe without this testimony, his lawyers could potentially put up some sort of a fight to avoid having him testify, because it is obviously burdensome and difficult at times. But I think it is absolutely relevant in this case. So we could definitely see him on the stand. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And the witness list is sealed, so we don't really know who's going to take the stand until it's announced at the end of the day. Oh, this person's going to be testifying tomorrow. That's kind of how we knew Capricorn Clark was going to testify today. And I'll just follow up another question for you, Cameron. This is from Sam K. Are there celebrities, like big name actors, going to testify?
I would think definitely. I think there's this level of credibility that you have for a celebrity who has nothing to gain to come and testify. You saw that with Kate Moss in the Johnny Depp trial. And even Johnny Depp's attorney said Kate Moss has no reason to lie. She doesn't want to be here, right? So I think testimony from people like Kid Cudi, Usher, other celebrities where they really don't want to be there, and presumably are telling the truth because of that reason, are going to be really credible and impactful for the jury.
But for the prosecutor's point of view, you would also have to imagine, do they want it to get this far? Do they, they don't want to call like a J-Lo or a Justin Bieber, right, Cameron? Because then it just confuses what the case is about. It gets too, I think they're trying to be as specific as possible with who the victims are, who the escorts are, what the charges are. Because if you take every allegation against Sean Combs in the past 2 years from every civil lawsuit, putting aside the fact whether it's even relevant to the federal case, I don't think they want an expansive case like that.
Yes and no, and I think Safa could speak more intelligently about this, but usually prosecutors want to give as much evidence as possible and kind of almost beat a dead horse over and over, showing all the bad acts. They're presenting their case first. All that evidence comes in for the jury, and it's pretty impactful. So, I don't know if the prosecution, especially in this case, with the mountain of evidence that they have from the federal indictments and the raids, are going to say, okay, I think we have enough, and let's not confuse the jury. I think the jury, when they have enough bad facts and enough credible witnesses, they'll figure out a way on one of the charges to get a conviction.
I'll throw that to you, Safa, if you have an opinion about it.
Yeah, I would agree with Cameron. But not only that, I always think, and this is more of a style approach, is when you're telling the truth isn't complicated. So I don't think that you need, a bunch of witnesses to repeatedly tell the same thing. You want to get in, you want to get out, and you want to give impactful testimony for the jury to take away and consider. Now, it would be beneficial for the government to have these very notable people testify to the same thing, and the jurors are humans. They are going to be fascinated by some of the people that come to testify in the witness stand, especially if you do have an Usher or J-Lo or somebody of that stature. But I don't think it's necessary with respect to the government's case. Not only that, I think with the domestic violence component, which essentially goes to show the threat of force and physical violence, I think we've heard quite a bit of testimony from Ms. Ventura herself, from Capricorn Clark, from Mr. Mascotti, and a bunch of other witnesses that would corroborate that. So I think the government's doing a pretty good job. They can certainly include some of these additional witnesses. I don't think it's actually necessary. But to Mr. Cameron's point, they're going to want to put as much as they can and throw the whole kitchen sink to get their conviction.
Saf, I want to follow up with another question. There's been a lot of talk about alleged victim number 3. Maybe can't find this person, not going to be able to testify. It was a big development leading into this trial. So we got a question from NLin93. And before I read this question, it presumes a lot and makes a lot of accusations. Just put it there. So Enlin93 asks, is it okay, legal, for Diddy to bribe, pay off Gina to not testify? So assuming Gina is alleged victim number 3, and assuming that's what he did. And if so, will the prosecutors know before it's too late in this case? Safa?
That is 100% illegal. He cannot do that. That is witness tampering. That's bribery. He would be subject to new criminal charges if he were to do that. Could the government be informed that he did do this or allegedly do this prior to the end of trial? I'm sure, there's an interesting question as to why whoever victim number 3 is, why they didn't testify or why they have not testified as of yet, if they are still missing in action. And I do believe that victim 3 has an attorney. So it's interesting to see how their attorney is playing into this, because generally speaking, when us as defense attorneys, we have a client testify, we are in constant communication with that person. So the last thing I heard, which I'm not sure if it's true, was that the government had not heard from the witness or I believe it's her attorney, but we'll see, but that is illegal.
Yeah, and wait, we have no evidence to suggest that's what Diddy has done or allegedly did, which, by the way, Cameron, goes to another question we have from Nicole RZV. In high-profile cases like this, is it possible for the defense team to pay some witnesses to refuse to take the stand or to testify falsely?
Yeah, no. This would be incredibly
It's possible.
stupid.
It's possible.
Yeah, yes,
you're
right. You're right. It is absolutely possible. It would be one of the stupidest things for any lawyer to ever do, or for either party. So let's not anticipate anything like that happening.
Cameron, let me throw another question to you. This is from Psych Michael. Where is the evidence of RICO, meaning racketeering? We get it. He's a bad dude, but he's not on trial for that. Where is the RICO evidence?
Yeah, I think it's in all the employees working together. It's in Diddy forcing them to do what he wants. Him being, what you referred to earlier as a mob boss. And it's kind of what we call the spoken wheel conspiracy, where, he's leading the charge and everyone else is, complying with everything he's doing, and they don't really have a choice. Whether they did have a choice or not is sort of actually irrelevant. But the point is that there's multiple people across states, across the country, helping him facilitate these illegal acts.
And Safa, let me follow that up. I mean, sure, there's different elements of it. There's different components. So it's racketeering conspiracy. So the more the employees will say, we know what the job was. It was to serve his interest. It was to benefit him. It was to benefit what he wanted. That goes to this kind of agreement. But isn't it true they could convict him of racketeering conspiracy without all of the freak-offs, without all of the sex trafficking? Because some of the underlying crimes can be separate and apart from that. Kidnapping, arson, bribery, the drug offenses. If the jury goes, I don't know if Cassandra Ventura was sex trafficked, but I think that there was crimes afoot. I think that Sean Combs was a part of this criminal organization. I think he had all of his employees doing his bidding. And we actually believe that he committed crime X, Y, and Z. Am I right about that?
You're absolutely right, Jesse. And the government can do that. The jury can come back not guilty with respect to the sex trafficking charges, but they can come back guilty on the RICO charges. So they have everything the jurors are going to consider everything that's been placed before them at the trial. With respect to the RICO charge, again, taking sex trafficking aside, you have these underlying offenses, which people have testified to. There has been evidence that's been brought in to make at least a showing that these things did occur. So even if the jury is not going to consider, I don't really think this was sex trafficking, I don't think Ms. Ventura is a victim with respect to sex trafficking, they can still consider the RICO charge in and of itself and the underlying predicate offenses that have been independently proven to make a finding of guilty.
By the way, in about 5 minutes or so, they're going to come back. Obviously, there's no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio equipment in the courtroom, but we're going to get live reporting once again, once there's a continuation of testimony. And once there is, we will report in real time what that testimony is, and we will break it down for you in real time, as well as take your questions in this case. So Cameron, got a question for you. This is from Vanessa. Do you think the lack of vocal support from celebrities is very telling to the jury? Nobody's come to Diddy's aid and defend him. Well, in all fairness, it hasn't gone to his side yet. It hasn't. his case hasn't started yet. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they realize it's a really tricky situation and there's a lot of evidence against them. So their PR teams are pretty sophisticated, I would think, each celebrity. And they will say, absolutely do not touch this under any circumstance. Even if there is some support, that would not be a good idea. But it does also lend credence to the fact that some of these allegations are true, because if you had an overwhelming number of people saying, it wasn't, it would be hard for all these publicists and PR companies to be working, together to prevent that from getting out. I think the character and the conduct are coming to light.
We got a question here from Safa. Did you put an own question from you to yourself? I hope you did. If not, we got another Safa here.
I did that.
Okay. Yeah, I think you did. But no, Safa, got a question from you from Safa. What are the accusations? Why are the accusations in the Lil Rod case not being discussed? It shows even more RICO. So just to provide a little context here, talking about Lil Rod Jones, one of the first people to file a lawsuit against Sean Combs, I believe in February 2024. His former producer made a ton of accusations that he was basically assaulted by Combs, harassed by Combs, that he was groomed into homosexual sex for Combs, said he was a witness to violence, that he was sex trafficked. He alleged violations of the RICO laws. But I remember leading up to this case, there was a filing where the defense had said that the government's not going to be calling producer one. I made it the point at the time, I think that's Lil Rod. Maybe, if that's the truth, is that because that his allegations might not be relevant or they might be weak?
They definitely could be irrelevant. They definitely could be weak. I'm not too familiar with the lawsuit, but what I will say is there's probably some truth to it, and probably some things that may not be completely true. And the government is going to be very careful about who they pick as their witnesses. They want individuals who have, they're credible witnesses. They usually don't like to call people to testify. And I don't know what Mr. Rod, his background is, but individuals who have a heavy background or heavy criminal history, they want to stay away from individuals like that. I don't know if that's his case. I think that because he filed a civil suit as well, that gives him a motive to testify in a particular way, which the defense can certainly attack if he's on the stand. Now, again, if some of the things taken are true, could they be relevant? Absolutely. But does the government need to use him as a witness? Would they truly benefit in having him testify? They may not. So they've probably stayed away from him.
Yeah, and look, he showed up the first week of court. I think day one, he showed up outside of court, I think probably in a moment of solidarity. But yeah, no indication right now he's going to testify. So also, besides the questions that we have up, we also have a poll up. Keep putting these polls up during the course of the case. So on YouTube, we had a question. Do you believe the allegations of workplace abuse, unpaid overtime, threats against Combs? And get this, Cameron, 88% say yes, 12% say no. So when it comes to what the environment was like for these assistants, and we've heard a number of them so far, it seems the majority of people, at least on YouTube, believe him. We don't know what the jury believes, but that's quite telling, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, jurors are usually employees. They're usually not employers. So they've either been part of an organization where maybe there was a hostile environment, or they've had bosses or employers who have treated them poorly. So they can commiserate. They can see when something's believable or not. And when multiple people are saying the same thing, we should believe them.
Great question from D Princess. It happened earlier today. There was a whole back and forth about DNA that might have been found on the car or in relation to the car, Kid Cudi's car being blown up. Again, if the jury accepts that arson is one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. I'll throw it to you, Safa. This is a question from D Princess. The prosecutors don't seem to want the DNA results to the car being admitted into court. Why don't they think that is? This is about Kid Cudi's car. So just let me read you a little bit from the transcript, or a portion of the transcript from this morning. The judge said, I see you burned the midnight oil over the weekend. What about the DNA questions? Prosecutor says, Investigator Jimenez's knowledge of this is extremely limited. The judge says, but didn't he ask the serologist if any DNA test was done? Prosecutor says, but not the results. Prosecutor says, yes, there was a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car, but investigator Jimenez does not know what that means. But and then the judge cut the prosecutor off. So you don't cut the prosecutor off, saying you don't object to the report coming in, only what Mr. Agnifilo will ask. That's one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. Prosecutor says, we do object to the report coming in. Agnifilo responds, we got the results back, he got the results back. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction. But it was consistent with a female contributor. So then the judge followed up. So it's not whether the result was accurate, only the impact. And then the judge said, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after the direct, There's a little bit more back and forth on that. So it seems to me, Safa, right, there might be evidence to suggest that Sean Combs' DNA either wasn't on the car, maybe not tying him to the arson, and maybe that's a problem for the prosecution. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely not going to look good for the prosecution. And in a perfect world, the prosecutors would love to have his DNA in that vehicle or on that Molotov cocktail. I don't think that kills their theory, though. There is testimony that we expect, or there's evidence that indicates that DNA evidence was that of a woman. What woman or who, we don't know at this point in time, depending on if they were able to figure out whose DNA that was. If that person so happened to work for Mr. Combs and was doing that or created that Molotov cocktail, put it in the vehicle at his direction, then that's a win for the government. But it's not the greatest position for the government that it was a female's DNA. They, of course, would love for it to be Mr. Combs, but that's just not the case here.
Again, if you go back to the idea of how RICO used to be prosecuted, and you're talking about a mafia organization, you're not going to see the Don's fingerprints on the gun at all times. Exactly. I mean, that's the point. Got a question for you, Cameron. This is from Nest Dog. Do you think 50 Cent is going to testify?
I don't think so. I don't necessarily see the direct relevance there. I don't know how, the prosecution can use him effectively or more effectively than some other celebrities. And he's sort of,
well, we know they have a rivalry, and it came up, I think, a little bit during Capricorn Clark's testimony today regarding like a rivalry between them.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough. I think we talked earlier about kind of keeping the case a little tight. You do want evidence and you do want as many credible witnesses as possible, but just on that minor point, I don't know if that's enough to bring in 50 Cent. It would, for my selfish reasons, I'd like the entertainment though. I think it'd be kind of hilarious to have 50 Cent come in and then make his little meme posts about it.
The problem with him is he's been quite vocal about this case since it began.
Yeah, exactly. His credibility is not going to be great, and on cross, they're going to point that out pretty quickly.
I mean, he has not missed an opportunity to troll Diddy during the course of this whole case. We know there's bad blood between them. Let me throw a different question to you, Cameron. This is from Alexander Mateo. Will anyone testify on the alleged freak-offs at Diddy's parties? But there were people who testified about being part of the freak-offs, the escorts. I guess it's another celebrity question, right? Do you interpret that? Is that assuming that these freak-offs included people that weren't just the alleged victims and the alleged paid escorts, I guess other people who might have been a part of it?
Yeah, again, I don't think the prosecution needs it. I think it's pretty well documented. No one's denying it, even on Diddy's side, that there were these freak-offs. Whether they were at parties or not is a separate issue. But we don't know what kind of evidence was taken during the raids. Maybe there's camera footage of certain celebrities involved in those freak-offs. That would be obviously highly embarrassing and potentially damaging to those celebrities' careers. But at this point, I don't think the concept of whether the freak-offs happened or not is really in dispute.
Safa, go to you. We got a question from Creole Lady Lavu. Isn't it too late about this Kid Cudi stuff? I mean, there is a statute of limitations to press charges.
Well, there is a statute of limitations, but with respect to RICO, there's a broad net with respect to that, and we are within the statute of limitations for that. So maybe on the state side, arson charge for California statutory limitations, it may have expired. I'm not too familiar with the law over there, but it's fair game here in the RICO case.
By the way, they are officially back in court. So as we said, we're going to give you updates about what's happening and break it down in real time. There is a back and forth between the prosecutor and defense counsel. So the prosecutor says they propose to use communications between Miss Clark and Miss Ventura. We don't see any non-hearsay purpose. So I guess this is about how they're cross-examining Capricorn Clark, if I had to imagine. And the defense says, this is Mr. Agnifilo, there are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified to this on direct. What are your takeaways from that back and forth? I know it's quite limited, Safa, but what should we be thinking about here?
What we're going to be thinking about is the impeachment of Capricorn Clark's credibility. So she's already testified. What the defense is going to get ready to do during the cross-examination is cross-examine her and elicit facts that are going to be beneficial to the defense. If there is something that she testified during direct examination that contradicts the defense's theory, or that the defense knows not to be true, then they will cross-examine her on that. And one of the things that I expect based on, what we've just discussed is that they could use text messages between her and Ms. Ventura to do that, to impeach her credibility and essentially show that she has not exactly been truthful in her testimony, and also to get more information out of her. A lot of times when the prosecutors have these witnesses come on the stand, the prosecution wants them to tell their own story that's favorable to the prosecution. But the defense has a story too, and I think that's what they're about to prepare for.
Cameron, question from Rel. Has the government come to an agreement with co-defendants?
I don't think so quite yet. I think the main target here is Diddy, right? So I think they want to see show the jury exactly how this conspiracy works, and then potentially prosecute the defendants as they come. So I don't think there's been a deal, but maybe some. We don't know how large this conspiracy is. There's internet conspiracy theories that this is some widespread racketeering organization. So we don't know that, but I think that'll be revealed in the next few weeks with more witnesses.
Well, so far, Safa, this also goes to another question that we have from one of our viewers, New Order of Kings. Where is the co-defendants for RICO? Some of the assistants were asked about a proffer agreement, about an immunity agreement, which is not surprising because how do you have a racketeering conspiracy criminal enterprise charge if he's doing it alone? They have to have worked out some sort of deals, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, Mr. Combs is solely charged in this indictment, so there are no co-defendants at this point, and there haven't been to this point. However, those individuals that work for that enterprise or work for Mr. Combs, the government has and had the power to charge them. They could have charged them as co-defendants with the contributions that they were making to further the enterprise. So setting up certain things with respect to the freak-offs, if that was what the government's theory was, or their participation in that, them doing threats of force or physical violence, the security and things of that nature. They certainly are a part of that RICO. They could have been charged. My guess is in exchange for their cooperation and testimony with the government has decided not to seek charges against them.
I've got a question here for you, Cameron, from Never Be. Do you feel that RICO has been proven so far?
I think so. I think there's, tiny points in cross-examination that maybe go to recollection of certain witnesses that might not be perfect. But I think generally what you're seeing is a organization run by Diddy. People are doing their work, forced to do it, to set up these criminal acts. I mean, one thing we haven't seen the defense really push back on, and it's almost admitted, is the transportation of drugs across state lines and in different places. I mean, it's almost known and admitted that he's using copious amounts of drugs and having people purchase them for him. So that's the least nefarious, predicate act for the racketeering charge, and it's almost a foregone conclusion.
So, okay, we have an update from court. This is from Mr. Agnifilo. So Combs' attorney says, again, I think this is how they plan to cross-examine Capricorn Clark or something of that nature. The direct went more negative than we expected. Their theory is that Miss Ventura was not permitted to be creative. The judge says in the future, in what you submit overnight, not really sure what that's about. I can't even provide any context on what that's about, so I'm not going to try to. But here's what I am going to do. Saf, I'm going to give you two questions that are quite similar. This is from Nest Dog. How would you get DNA off of a Molotov cocktail? Fingerprints, sure, but DNA? And also from Nicole RZV, is it possible that the female DNA on Molotov cocktail belongs to Capricorn Clark? If it belongs to her, is she going to face charges?
Well, I'll answer the second question first. That is actually what came to my mind with respect to the Molotov cocktail is, could it be Capricorn Clark's? Could that be her DNA? We know she was there to some extent, or we know that she was involved, although she was taken against her will, is what it sounds like. So that is a very fair possibility that it could have been her, could have been her DNA. Could she be charged? I doubt it, especially if she engaged in those activities with the threat of force or physical violence. So if she had a gun held to her head, or obviously she knew Mr. Combs had a weapon with him, he could have forced her to do it. So that's going to negate any intentional act of her doing it at her own free will. With respect to how to get the DNA off that Molotov cocktail, fire fires will oftentimes destroy DNA evidence. So what the government will do is they will try to get, fingerprint evidence if it is available. What they could also try to do is use a buccal swab if possible. So we'll see. We know that they've done something to some effect because they did confirm that the DNA belonged to a female. So,
and we believe that members of the Los Angeles Police Department and LA Fire Department are going to take the stand, and we might get a more in-depth understanding of what the investigation was into this apparent car bombing. Was there an actual car bombing? Does it support Kid Cudi's testimony? What was able to be found? So that's going to be important. Okay. Wow. We have a great super chat question from Notorious77. Thank you so much for your super chat question, your support. Because it's such a great question, I'm going to throw it to both of you. Cameron, I'll start with you. Do you think any rumors, and by the way, it's interesting because now I know why he might have gone with Notorious77. Do you think any rumors or accusations will be addressed about his involvement in Biggie and Tupac deaths? What do you think about that, Cameron?
Well, I'm a big 90s hip hop fan, so I would love for that to get addressed. That would solve a lot of mysteries and a lot of time I know I've and others spent watching documentaries and doing our own sort of internet research. So I don't necessarily see how it's kind of a airtight situation for the prosecution. The prosecution doesn't want to take any risks, and going into kind of more theory would present some problems and maybe be a bit of a red herring for the jury. So I don't anticipate that, but it's clear that he had some sort of involvement. He's a violent person, and obviously he's hiring people to commit illegal acts on his behalf. So maybe, the person that threw the Molotov cocktail in Kid Cudi's car is, a part of an organization or part of the same type of people that committed these acts on Diddy's behalf and murdered these rappers. We don't know. I don't anticipate this case going that way, but again, selfishly for my own entertainment purposes, I would love for that to be addressed.
Safa, throw it to you.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't think that any of those things would be relevant in this case. So I don't think that we're going to hear testimony about them, although I know the world would love to hear it and would be waiting to see what, if anything, would be said about it. And you might be surprised, depending on who comes down the line next to testify. Could there be somebody that ultimately testifies and drops the bomb that Mr. Combs was involved in the death of Biggie Smalls or Tupac? Absolutely. But is it relevant with respect to this case? No, it's not.
Okay, Safa, I need you to make sense of what's happening in court here. So this, again, all goes back to, I think, how is the credibility of Cassandra Ventura going to be challenged? I'm not sure I quite follow this one. And if anybody knows, even my producers, please let me know. Judge says, in their defense submission over the weekend, the defense argued the album covered was relevant, right, Ms. Shapiro? Ms. Shapiro, Alexandra Shapiro, one of Combs' defense attorneys, says yes. Prosecutor says Miss Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. So judge says, let's have Miss Clark come back. I'm going to have our producers look into this because I might have been a filing and I might have, we want to just take a look at it. But why would an album cover of Cassandra Ventura be relevant to a case like this, Safa?
I don't know exactly.
Right?
One things that initially would come to mind is, depending on when the album cover was created and released, if there were any physical injuries or anything that was covered up or photoshopped with respect to her. If she had injuries during that time, not only that, but I think a lot of what we've heard about is testimony with regard to her career. Did she have the ability to make certain creative decisions is one of the things that has previously been brought up. So perhaps the defense might be taking the angle that, she made the choice to display her own self pretty promiscuously on this particular album cover, that she did have creative control over this album cover, and that Mr. Combs wasn't as
Safa, I'll tell you what, I literally pulled it up like this because we have a great team and they have all the documents up quick. So let me just say what it reads. This is from one of the filings. This is from Sean Combs' counsel. It reads as follows. For instance, photographs showing Miss Ventura smiling at public events with Mr. Combs have evidentiary value independent of any testimony that Miss Ventura was happy at times or enjoyed particular events and activities during her relationship with Mr. Combs. Likewise, an album cover or a photo from a modeling shoot will add a dimension not captured by oral testimony about the fact that Miss Ventura released an album or did modeling work. As the Supreme Court has explained, parties are permitted to present their case in a manner that tells a colorful story with descriptive richness, using testimony and exhibits that have evidentiary depth and communicate narrative integrity. So I guess it becomes a question, was she telling the truth about her being a victim of sex trafficking as this was going on, right? Am I understanding it correctly, Safa?
I think that, but I think also, what the defense is going to try to show is that, she was happy. They started off their opening statement saying, this is just a case of domestic violence. This is not a RICO. This is not a sex trafficking case. And domestic violence, unfortunately, happens between couples pretty frequently in this country. And so this was just that. There were happy times. There were bad times. Now we have evidence, and what the defense is going to say is this evidence with respect to her album cover or other events where they attended together as a couple and she appeared happy, are certainly relevant and go to the opposite, that, she was willingly in this relationship. She enjoyed this relationship, and what relationship doesn't have hard times? So I think that's where the defense is going with this. Not only that, but I do expect that they are probably going to say that Miss Ventura did have the ability to make money on her own with her modeling gigs outside of her singing career, and that she did somewhat have some creative control over her career.
Interesting. All right. Got a question. I've got a poll up. Which part of Capricorn Clark's testimony
Okay, welcome back from the lunch break. Everybody is back. I believe the jury is back in the courtroom at this time. The judge has been on the stand for a few minutes. I could tell you that during the break, there was discussion with the attorneys and the judge about the DNA that was found connected to the Kid Cudi Molotov cocktail in his Porsche situation. And the prosecutor or the government did not want the DNA to come into evidence. And the defense made an argument that if that DNA had been Diddy's DNA, this case would have went a totally different way. Or the government, I guess, would have wanted it in, is what I'm assuming they were suggesting. So the judge overruled the government's objection to the information being admitted. So I guess this expert that we may see today, if Capricorn Clark isn't going to end up being the only witness today, I think there may be an expert that's going to speak to DNA and what they found and so on. So there was that. And there was also some discussion around an album cover. One of Cassie's album covers where supposedly she's topless, but she has her arms crossed over herself. Um, I guess the defense wants to bring that in for some type of line of questioning, or defense or I can't imagine the prosecution wants to bring this in, but I don't know. But anyway, there was some back and forth over an album cover during the lunch break. And let's see if they have brought folks back in, because the judge requested them to do that almost 10 minutes ago. So let's see where we are. All right, we are starting to get some feedback from inside the courtroom. So, excuse me. I am going to, let's see where I'm going to share the screen with you all for the CNN updates, and, or maybe I'll share the X thread. Yeah, I'll share the X thread. And then as we get more information from the CNN side that might add more context to some of the things we're hearing, I'll definitely switch over there if it makes it kind of easier to follow along. So the jury is back now. They're seated, and Capricorn Clark is also back on the witness stand. So let's see what's happening right now. All right, jury, let's bring the jury in, entering. So the defense asks Capricorn Clark, when you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. Capricorn Clark said, we parked there. Earlier in the day, we ran into Nas. Okay. So we got to see. Add Nas to the list of entertainers mentioned. There's been like 18 entertainers mentioned in this trial so far. None connected to anything nefarious, but their names have been mentioned. Well, if you add Kid Cudi, he's in the mix of all the things. But of course, the only other person that may have been kind of directly involved with some of the ish that was going on was Michael B. Jordan, meaning allegedly he was threatened by Diddy. Basically, don't try to talk to Cassie. And then today, 50 Cent's name was mentioned for when Diddy wanted a gun or had a gun, and he was talking about he was having issues with 50. I guess he still has issues with 50 because 50 trolls. I'm sorry, y'all. I heard some. My dog is going crazy. My apologies. My apologies. You all know dogs are super sensitive. If somebody is doing something, sounds construction related, and the dogs are wilding out. So that threw me for a minute. Had to make sure nothing going on. You know, we got Diddy type people out here breaking in people's houses and stuff, they say. So I just want to make sure, you know, we are safe over here. Okay, but anyway, so I'm going to add Nas to the list of list of famous people who have been mentioned during the trial. I think that brings us up to 18 people at this point, 18 stars whose names have come up. But like I said, they haven't been connected to anything nefarious, like they're not part of freak offs, or they're not they've not been mentioned in a way where they were present when Cassie was getting beat up or anything like that, or they've not been mentioned as partaking in drug use with Diddy or anything like that. But there's been at least 18 stars whose names have been mentioned so far throughout the testimony. So let's clip over right quick and see if there's any update from CNN. Not yet. And this is the part I kind of like starting my lives a little late, because at least we have a lot of stuff to cover before we get to this part where it's just like very slow for the updates. But here we have a few, so let's get into it. All right. So we left off with the defense attorney saying, when you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. And Capricorn Clark said, we parked there earlier in the day. Earlier in the day in the park, we ran into Nas. Defense attorney, when you say he had Mrs. Ventura spin, who was there? When you say he had Miss Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Capricorn Clark said, they misheard me. Defense attorney, when did you first meet Cassie? I met her with Ryan Leslie. Okay. So Lorianne Gibson's name has been mentioned. And, she is a well-known choreographer, probably most known to most of us because of her work with Diddy on his reality shows, where she was the choreographer for the groups. So, so she was mentioned, and she said, by the defense, and Capricorn Clark is saying, no, you misheard me. That's not what I said. They asked her, when did she first meet Cassie? She said she first met Cassie with Ryan Leslie. Keep in mind, Ryan Leslie is who Cassie was in a relationship with before she met Diddy. Ryan Leslie is or was a music producer. He put out a little bit of music himself too, but he was, at the time, he was definitely a music producer. Someone pointed out, I think the defense in earlier testimony, that he was 10 years Cassie's senior. And I feel like the reason why they did that is because, you know what they're trying to suggest, like Diddy wasn't her first rodeo, is what they're trying to suggest. Again, everything the defense is doing is trying to get the jury to look at these witnesses and their testimony in a different light, and in a light that they're hoping will be favorable to Diddy, right? So she said she first met Cassie when she was with Ryan Leslie. The defense attorney said, why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Capricorn Clark, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. Okay. Seeing some cattiness now. The prosecutor object, the judge sustained and said re-ask. So I can't wait to see how CNN captures this. But so she's saying that the longer Cassie worked for Diddy, the more bravado she got, or the more she kind of felt like, you work for me, you got to do what I say, and so on. Now, I've heard and I've read in other places, and even before all of this with Cassie, that Cassie supposedly mocked Kim Porter when she was coming in, and she was, I guess, thinking that, I'm going to replace you in this whole world that Diddy has created. That there was supposedly some not so kind things she said about Kim Porter, or that she tried to make fun of her, and so on. That's been a part of the rumor mill forever. How legit that is, I don't know. But it is interesting to see Capricorn Clark testify here that the longer Cassie was Diddy's girlfriend, the more bravado she got. So Capricorn Clark is saying, yeah, we didn't always get along because she thought I was being paid to help her. So in other words, she thought I worked for her. This is interesting, especially the other testimony we had earlier today, where Capricorn Clark or the defense brought forth some emails or text messages that made it sound like Capricorn Clark was a little bit being flirtatious with Diddy, although she would deny it, I'm sure. All right. So let's see if we have any other update. Okay, so when she said that Clark responded in 2008, she got more bravado, meaning Cassie, being his girlfriend, the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. The prosecutor objected. The judge sustained it, advised the defense attorney to re-ask. The defense attorney said, what did you see? Capricorn Clark, she went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Defense attorney, do you think she was talented? Capricorn Clark says she had talent and was very beautiful, but not talented. Oh my God. I'm going to tie this back to something else after we get through with this. But not talented. Capricorn Clark says she was not. I have good taste. So this woman, okay, I don't know who said early on that she was a friend of Cassie, but to me, this lady is not a friend of Cassie's. It seems like to me like she really didn't care for Cassie at all from how she's saying here. But she is saying Cassie was not talented. Okay. Capricorn Clark said talented to me is Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston. Mariah Carey. Okay, Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. I knew it. Because when I looked at Cassie's performance, now we knew Cassie was no R&B vocalist. We knew that, okay? But when I looked at her 106 at Park performance, y'all, it was so horrible. She tried to say it was because of the sound in her ear. Something wasn't working right. And Diddy tried to say that too to save her. But when I listened to that, oh my God, it was so bad. And what I said during that testimony was that because the defense attorney has challenged Cassie's talent level before in prior testimony with Cassie, right? So it is interesting. I don't think this girl was talented as far as a singer at all. What this girl was, this model, Cassie, this young woman, she's beautiful. And if they wanted to put her in the studio and said, okay, she has the look, but she doesn't have the talent. So we're going to we're going to do what we do in the studio, have her produce an album. We might get a hit or two out of it because, beauty goes away. Beauty will get you something for sure. Right. But she was no great R&B vocalist ever. And she's no. Okay. But again, Capricorn Clark is clearly, in my opinion, not a fan. Is not a fan of Cassie's. All right. So again, Capricorn Clark said she wasn't talented to her. She said because she has good taste. She said talented to her is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Defense attorney, did she perform live? Capricorn Clark said a couple of times, not the greatest. The defense attorney said, was she a hard worker? Capricorn Clark said at times. Defense attorney, when wasn't she a hard worker? Capricorn, she preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins, 2009ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs. So, an expert or a reporter, let me just say a reporter, on the lunch break, we were listening to Law and Crime Network, also here on YouTube. And they had a couple of lawyers, so maybe you can call them experts, just talk about different things that was happening with this testimony by Capricorn Clark. And they were talking about how the defense attorney was going to attempt to discredit Capricorn Clark's testimony. And we saw a little bit of that before we went to lunch. But right now, Capricorn Clark, who is a witness for the government, she's sounding to me like she's a witness for the defense. She sounds like she's a witness for the defense right now. So again, the defense attorney asked Capricorn Clark, when wasn't she a hard worker? Because she said Cassie was a hard worker at times. And Capricorn Clark said she preferred to be with her boyfriend when we moved to LA after Kim had the twins, 2009ish. I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff with Mr. Combs. Now, as we talked about when Cassie was on the stand and Kim Porter's name kept coming up, okay? There are a few women on this jury, and I wonder how they're going to feel about what we're hearing. This artist, this man was with Kim Porter, longtime girlfriend. She had twins, recently born twins, and meanwhile, while that is happening, Cassie's kind of making sure she's developing more of a relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs. How might someone on the jury view this when they're considering the character of the person who, was the star witness for the prosecution? How might some of the men on the jury feel about some of this? If any men on the jury are judging Cassie from the perspective of either you're a saint or a sinner, as a woman, you know how that, which category, which bucket, right? If there are any men who think like that, it's interesting to think what they might think when they hear testimony like this. Okay, defense attorney, he supported her. Capricorn Clark said yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make her a star. Defense attorney, did she get more help than others? Yes. Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. Oh, so she got more help than Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. And she said that she developed French Montana. Now, one thing about it, Cassie's testimony about her experience with Diddy, there's a part of it where she says or claims that she, and I'm paraphrasing here, but basically she never had the music career she should have had because Diddy didn't allow her to have that career. And in the questioning by the defense of Cassie, paraphrasing here again, they basically gave a list of names of who Diddy put her in the studio with. I mean, big names. To name a couple, Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj. So saying these are people you would have never had the opportunity to work with in the studio if it were not for your connection to Diddy, in which Cassie agreed. But he rattled off a list of names the defense attorney did to just basically say, you had all of these opportunities. You even put out music with some of these people, but it just didn't go anywhere. And at the end of the day, it didn't go anywhere because of your talent. You know you're not talented, right? I'm paraphrasing. But basically, they were basically telling her your talent is mediocre. So even with you having a leg up and Diddy putting you in all of these places with all of these well-known people like icons like Nicki Minaj and Lil Wayne, your career still didn't take flight because at the end of the day, you're a mediocre talent. That's what the defense was doing then. And I think what the defense is now kind of doing again here with Capricorn Clark is trying to show that Cassie had all the help in the world, more help than most, in order to become a star. However, even with all of that help, the fact that she was not talented is what ultimately made her not become a star, not Diddy hindering her from becoming a star. So that's what the defense is doing right here. Let's see. So back to defense attorney saying, did she get more help than others? Capricorn Clark said yes. Young Jock and a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. Capricorn Clark said, I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. Okay. You dressed her like David Bowie. Okay. All right. Let's see where we go from there. Um, what about Official Girl? Capricorn Clark says super cute video. Mm. Well, it's being reported right now that Cassie's in labor. Okay, good for her. We knew the baby was coming anytime. All right, so let's see while we're waiting for that thread to be updated. Let me hop over to CNN and see what they're talking about. And I'll share that screen with you all too. This testimony is, and I don't even know at this point what degree this testimony is helping or hurting Diddy. It almost feels like it's just more gossip for us, because I don't think it's really doing anything one way or the other. The defense is asking the questions right now, but I don't think it's doing anything to like make anybody think differently about Diddy. So, but I guess they're just trying to get any kind of uh, credibility, any kind of negative credibility towards Cassie or towards any witness who's saying anything bad about Diddy. So we're here now. So according to the CNN update, Capricorn Clark testified that she and Cassie Ventura started to develop some issues around 2008. Quote, she got a little bit more bravado as being his girlfriend the longer it lasted, she said. She went from being more of a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked Clark if she thought Ventura was very talented. Clark said, I think she had talent. She testified that Ventura's live performances weren't great. When she returned to work for Ventura in 2016, Clark said her drug use was preventing her from the opportunities that were before us. So again, another good reason to go back and forth between the CNN update and the Twitter feed from the journalists inside the courtroom, because we get more details that way. Let's see what we have next. Okay, Combs initially gave Ventura more resources. Diddy made sure Cassie Ventura had access to top tier industry professionals that create stars, including producers, choreographers, and stylists. His former assistant, Capricorn Clark, testified under cross examination. Ventura had more attention and resources than other artists signed with Bad Boy, especially at the beginning of her career between 2007 and 2012. Clark testified. From my point of view, the lion's share of Bad Boy was on Cassie and that first block of time, Clark said, referring to a time period between 2007 and 2010. New artists like Machine Gun Kelly and French Montana were getting a lot of attention at Bad Boy around 2012, but Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, said Cassie seemed to be getting the same amount of attention. Clark said that even though Combs took a step back around 2016, 2017, she believed Ventura still had the same support. So now we got Machine Gun Kelly mentioned in this. So like I said, this witness, Capricorn Clark, who was supposed to be a witness for the prosecution, for this part of her testimony, this testimony is favorable to Diddy. I don't think it's strong enough to make somebody go in another direction as it relates to the charges, but she is testifying, putting Cassie in not such a good light from an artist perspective, talent level. The prosecution was trying to say, even with when Cassie was on the stand, that Cassie, were it not for Diddy's oppression, that Cassie would have been a star. And the defense is saying, no, she was not talented. and they pretty much crossed Cassie this way to say, hey, Diddy put you in the room with all these people, including megastars like Nicki Minaj and Lil Wayne, had you, do music with these people, and your career didn't take flight. And it's really because your talent, because you're kind of mediocre with your talent. Now, I'm paraphrasing here, but this is how the defense came at Cassie. And Cassie's response was like, well, I wouldn't say that. So now we have Capricorn Clark on the stand, who's testifying about how, she started not liking Cassie because in the beginning she was a sweet model. Then she started showing all this bravado, like the longer she was, with Diddy. She talked about when they moved to LA, Kim Porter had just had the twins, and she noticed that was around the time where Cassie was doing more to get closer and closer to Puff. So that again may register some kind of way with the jurors, depending on how they think about this and how they want to weigh all that's before them. And she's also talking about how Cassie got so much attention from like the stylists, from the music producers, that Bad Boy Music was investing a lot of resource into Cassie. And she was saying that Cassie was getting more attention than other artists, more than other artists like Young Jock. She said French Montana, she developed French Montana. She said that there was some group from Atlanta that she didn't name the group that wasn't getting the same amount of attention. So right now, Capricorn Clark's testimony is in a line with the defense argument that Diddy did a lot in order for Cassie to become a star. Cassie didn't have the talent, and that's what ultimately did not make her become a star. But the defense is saying she cannot claim that she didn't have a career because he wouldn't let me have a career, because look at all the resources she was given. Look at all the stars that she had access to and was even put in the studio with, that other people who are trying to like start a music career would never have access to those things. So they're just laying the case that she can't blame him for that. She didn't have the career that she would have wanted because she didn't have the talent. Now, my pushback to the defense would be, okay, because I went back and looked at one of her performances, and I agree the girl is not talented, but it's not unusual for somebody to take somebody who's beautiful or good looking and, put them in the studio with some whatever equalizers or whatever else and put out some music. They may have a hit or two, but they do that all the time, okay? I still say to these big charges that Diddy has on him, I don't know what this questioning is supposed to do. It's entertaining. It's interesting to hear. But I'm not sure with the defense asking these questions, what is it countering anything significantly enough in a way that's going to benefit their client? And I'm not perceiving that this way at all. And so when I switch over to the X feed, let's just see if we have any other update. We left off with the defense attorney asking about an official girl video. Capricorn Clark said it was a super cute video. The defense attorney asked about King of Hearts. Capricorn Clark said it was fresh. Puff liked it. Defense attorney said Cassie had a green wig. Yes. We moved to admit this witness. Okay. Prosecutor, there is a sealing issue. Defense attorney, you don't remember this email? Capricorn Clark, I don't. Okay, I think something got lost in context there. So let's look at the update from CNN. Okay, Capricorn Clark worked for Sean Diddy Combs again as a creative director for Cassie Ventura. In 2016, Clark helped create a new look for Ventura to show off at the MTV Music Awards that year that required Ventura to dye her hair neon yellow. Defense attorney Mark Agnafilo asked Clark to confirm Ventura was on board with the look and had a say in the decision. Clark testified that she presented the idea to Ventura, who liked it before telling Combs about it. The defense attorney explicitly asked Clark to confirm that Ventura was not forced against her will to dye her hair, which Clark did. Okay, now this I do think is important. And I do think as these situations like this continue to add up, it may help cast a little more doubt on the things that some people may find debatable, as far as how was Cassie forced when it came to the freak off situation, right? Because I think I think there are folks, and maybe perhaps some people on the jury, that's on the fence about that. Right. So I think the defense is just trying to say there are some things that she's saying she was forced into doing, that we have even her testimony saying she wasn't forced into like the freak offs, or at least not to start. And even along the way, there are text messages from her just saying, "Boy, I really need a freak off so bad." So there's some there that the defense could work with to say to the jurors that, you know, she wasn't forced, because that's going to be the defense's position. Now they have this witness testifying that their hair dyed neon yellow or whatever. If she's claiming that she was forced to do that, she didn't have no say, Diddy made her do it. Well, we have a witness here, a witness for the prosecution, by the way, who is saying that's not true. I was the one, Clark is saying, who came up with the idea, presented it to Cassie, and she wanted to do it, right? When Cassie shaved her head, that is a situation where Young Jock and Cassie and Diddy were at some club, and there was some woman dancing, I think on a pole, who had one side of her hair shaved. And Young Jock said Diddy came over to the table and said, "Babe, I want you to like do your hair, blah, 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 whatever." To whatever he said. He wanted Cassie to cut her hair like this woman who was doing this dancing. And supposedly, according to Young Jock, Cassie was like, "Okay." And Young Jock asked Cassie, "Are you really gonna do that?" And she said something like, "Whatever Puff wants, I'll do. Whatever Puff asks me to do, I'll do." Right. So it's some shades of gray in there. So I'm just saying, from the jury's perspective, little incidents like this might not be that little for certain charges. All right. Because I'm convinced Diddy's going to jail for something. I'm just not sure which charges he's going to be found guilty on. I'm not sure, of course, how long he will be going to jail. But I think this might make some people say, "Nah, I got too much doubt on whether or not she was forced into doing certain things." Right. All right. So the defense attorneys asking Capricorn Clark, does she remember this email? She says, "I don't." Defense attorney says, "Here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie." Capricorn Clark said Mario Winans was for the chairman. Okay. For Mr. Combs, and Capricorn Clark said yes. Defense attorney, when did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011, I picked her up there. Defense attorney, you believed that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? Getting to know each other. Defense attorney, why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? I told her you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. Y'all, I'm going to tell you why I'm laughing. Well, let me first see if we have another update before I go there. Okay, we're waiting for an update. I was discussing what happened today in earlier testimony with my daughter, and we were talking about Cassie. And, we, like I said, over here, we have already checked the box. Continue, though, to give the disclaimer. If the question is, was Cassie a victim of domestic violence? The answer is yes. That's not even open for debate. We've all seen the video, right? But okay, putting that where over here, we still could talk about other things we see in this case, right? And I'm wondering, and I was talking with my daughter about this, like, is Cassie a little bit dingy? And I'm not talking about because of battered women syndrome. I'm talking about before all of that even started happening. Like, is she just a dingy chick? Because earlier in the testimony today, after having had so many experiences with Diddy, and Capricorn Clark said to her, again, it was involving Kid Cudi, but was saying that Diddy is saying he's going to hurt all of us if we don't do X, Y, and Z, related to Kid Cudi. And she said that Cassie's response back to her, like, "But do you think he'll really hurt us?" And I'm like, what? How do you ask do you think if this man will really hurt you when he has used you as a punching bag, then bust your lip and everything else, scars on your brow, kicking you, stomping you, all of this. And you're going to respond to say, well, do you think he'll really hurt us? I said, see, this is how this dingy chick who's in a relationship with a crazy man brings her sneaky link to Capricorn Clark's apartment. And I'm like, girl, you would have never been able to do that. Especially first of all, the fact that we're working for this crazy man. And even if he wasn't crazy, he's our boss. I would not allow you to bring your sneaky link and you're supposed to be in a relationship with this man to my apartment. Too messy for me. Okay, but Capricorn Clark is trying to tell her in this moment in the testimony, you need a burner phone. Because Diddy pays for your phone. He also pays for my phone as his assistant. And he can see whatever you're doing on that phone. Why somebody got to tell you that? That's why I said, I don't know. She may... Is she dingy? Is she just a little bit dingy? Okay. Again, not associated to battered wife syndrome and all that. I'm saying prior to all of that even happening, is it possible that Cassie's a dingy chick? Because some of these responses to me are kind of dingy. Okay. It's just like not smart. Just not smart at all. And Capricorn Clark must have wanted this job bad because I would not have been facilitating this crap at all. Okay, especially after what she'd even been through herself. So let's just see if we have any other update here. And I'm reading from the X thread right now, but I'll be back over to the CNN side in a second and see what that update is. All right. So again, the defense attorney asks Capricorn Clark, why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? And Capricorn Clark said, I told Cassie, you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. Defense attorney, how did you know about burner phones? Capricorn Clark, I grew up in Los Angeles. Okay, Capricorn. Defense attorney, in December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Capricorn Clark said, I heard it was Russia. Oh, Diddy, what you doing at the orphanage? I know you're not doing anything nefarious at the orphanage. This is just PR or what? Okay. And let's see what our new update is on CNN side. Capricorn Clark testified that she first learned Cassie Ventura and rapper Kid Cudi were getting to know each other, quote unquote, around Thanksgiving in 2011. She said that Kid Cudi came to her apartment to hang out once sometime after Thanksgiving. Clark said that about a week before the alleged kidnapping, she picked Ventura up from Kid Cudi's home after she spent the night there. All these people crazy, y'all. Because I've already kind of, of the belief that everybody around Diddy was like drug users, no matter their role. Because these people crazy. You know what Diddy is capable of. And meanwhile, Capricorn Clark, the assistant for Diddy, and at one point, I understand she switched over and she was working for Cassie, but there is no working for Cassie. If you're working for Cassie, you're still working for Diddy. Okay. So you're still part of the Diddy organization, right? And you got this girl is going with this man, Kid Cudi, while she's still dealing with Diddy, because that's from Cassie's own testimony. Okay. And that's why Kid Cudi said he felt like Cassie ultimately played him and Diddy. Kid Cudi could have lost his life in this foolishness, but I digress. But you know who you're dealing with, and you're allowing this woman and Kid Cudi to hang out at your apartment. You're going to pick Cassie up from Kid Cudi's home after she spent the night over there. All these people crazy. All of these people are crazy. I think they're all crazy and probably all strung out on something. Because why would you do that? Why would you take that risk? I'm talking about Capricorn Clark. Why would you take that risk? That makes me think, girl, what were you on? Okay. So let's see what's happening at this orphanage in Russia, if we got an update. Okay, so we left off with the defense attorney saying in December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Okay. Anyway, Capricorn Clark said, I heard it was Russia. Defense attorney, how did Mr. Combs get into your building? I don't know how we jumped from Russia to here. So maybe CNN will clean it up later. Okay. How did Mr. Combs get into your building? I was told the security guard got fired. What was his name? Some random security guard. What did he look like? Black guy, younger than 35. So I don't know if this is meaning that when Diddy came to her apartment and forced her to go with him to Kid Cudi's house. I don't know if they're trying to say that Diddy was allowed in by security. Someone 35 who later got fired, I guess, is what Capricorn Clark is trying to tell us here. And I agree with this. Well, you guys, let me see it. I need to flip over so you all can see it. There's a meme on the X thread that's like, okay, yeah, like, okay, like where are we going with this? Let me just flip over and share that screen so y'all can see what I'm talking about. But I'm like, okay, yeah, so a young security guard let Diddy in. Okay. I'm like, okay. I just don't know where the defense is going with that. I mean, how does that change anything about what Diddy did after he got in? So I'm not following. All right. So let's see if we have any other update from the defense questioning here. Okay. Defense attorney, what was Mr. Combs doing with the gun? He had it in his hand. He wasn't the defense attorney. He wasn't pointing it at you? No. Defense attorney, but you told the government he pointed it at you. Capricorn Clark says, it says, or waved it around. That's more correct. Well, I'm going to tell you this, and let me check and see if we have an update before I get into that. Okay, what this person says, it doesn't matter, pointed or not, he was pacing around with a gun. That was my exact thought. If you come into my house angry and you have a gun and you mad because you done found out that your young thing, girlfriend, whatever you got going on, whatever you officially call her, you're upset that you found out that she's dealing with somebody else and you, and you are like wanting me to go with you while you got this gun because you said you finna kill that N-word from previous testimony. It doesn't matter if you're pointing the gun at me. Quite frankly, it doesn't even matter if you're waving the gun around. If I could just see that you got a gun, it could be in the waistband of your pants. If I could just see you got a gun, is the threat not obvious? So again, defense team, I know you're struggling. You're trying to make lemonade out of lemons. I get it. But that was another one of those questions like, oh, okay, he didn't point the gun at her, but he had it. So, okay. So the defense attorney then asks, where did you change into street clothes? Capricorn Clark said, in my closet. Defense attorney, isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? No, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. Okay, Capricorn, stand on what you said. And that is what she said. She said earlier in her testimony that she expressed that she didn't want to go. And Diddy responded to her something along the lines of, I don't give a F what you want. You're going. So the defense just tried to spin it to say, but didn't you want to go? Didn't you want to go because, you were hoping that you could prevent him from doing something stupid? And she's like, no, I did not want to go. He said he didn't care that I didn't want to go. Nice try, defense, but no. Let's see what somebody said. And go, well, that wasn't the answer he was looking for. No, that wasn't the answer he was looking for. I don't know why he thought though that she would so radically change what she said earlier on the stand. I would say that wasn't the answer he was hoping for, because he know what she said. That's why he was trying to reposition it. But no, I'm glad she stood 10 toes down on what she said. Let me flip and see if we don't have any other updates from CNN at the moment. Boy, I tell you, this has been an interesting day with Capricorn Clark, and it's 2:20 right now. They normally end at 3:30. So Capricorn Clark may be on the stand for the remainder of the day. She may be the only witness we get today. Because it's like I said, we only got maybe a little over an hour before court is over for the day. So let's see if we got anything else going on with the last update. Yeah, okay, nothing. Excuse me. Nothing yet. Where did you change? Okay, there's a. All right. Someone commented that there's a difference between waving a gun around and pointing it at CC, but this isn't a huge impeachment because displaying the gun is an implied threat. Yeah, like I said, it's all semantics to me. You pointing the gun at me, or you waving it around while telling me that I have no choice in doing what you're telling me that I'm going to do. To me, I don't make any distinction there between whether or not you were pointing the gun at me while you were threatening me that if I had no choice, and saying to me I had no choice, that I was going to go with you. So yeah, it doesn't matter if the gun was pointed, being waved around, or like I said, in the waistband of his pants. It does not matter. Someone commented, because all bosses walk into their employees' homes waving guns around. Get the F out of here. Right. This is not normal behavior. Okay. Come on. Someone said, oh, it's not threatening if the gun wasn't pointed at her. Yeah. So from the orphanage to gun waving. Yeah. It is one of those things where it's like, come on. And if you see this is the response, my comment, all of the people here, similar comment, then I think we could feel pretty confident that the jury is also probably perceiving this the same way. Like, you did not make a point there at all. His defense is he just had a gun in his hand, guys. No biggie. Yeah, it's a big deal, especially when it's a part of you kidnapping me. It's a big deal. So let's see if we have any other update at this point. Okay. All right. Yep, we do. All right. So we left off with the defense attorney saying, isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? Capricorn Clark said, no, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. Defense attorney, he's a jealous guy. Capricorn Clark, he has a bad temper. Defense attorney, to the Escalade, did you pass a security guard? I saw him in his little hut. Defense attorney, Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun on his lap. You made a call? Not then. Oh, Lord. The defense attorney to me is that, like I said, they're trying to make lemonade out of lemons. Someone commented, oh, she had security in her building, but Diddy still got to her door. The defense may have something there. The defense has nothing there. The defense has nothing there. This is Sean Diddy Combs. I believe he could convince security to let him in because of who he is alone. Not to mention, if he had, and he did have, even somebody from his security team who Capricorn Clark has already described as looking like a linebacker, who knows what kind of threat they might have made to the security to get in. Who knows if they didn't just give this, as Capricorn Clark described him, this 35-year-old guy. Who knows if he didn't even just put money in his hands to make him like go on break while he got in. So there's no big point there. There's just not. Lawyer wanted to not even touch the confusion on the orphanage. Okay. Yeah, because I don't even know why that was brought up. An orphanage in Russia? Okay. Unless that got something to do with trafficking or something. I'm like, what? What are we talking about right now? Right? All right. And now they're trying to challenge Capricorn Clark because, she said she made the phone call, especially to Cassie to say, hey, Diddy over here with a gun looking for Kid Cudi. He said he's going to kill him. Okay. He's literally over here in Kid Cudi's house and he said he's going to kill him. So the defense attorney is saying, well, you said you were in the car because he forced you into the car and Mr. Combs was sitting behind the driver. You were on the other side and he had a gun on the lap and on his lap and you made a call. And Capricorn Clark is saying not then. Capricorn Clark has said in her testimony that she made the phone call to Cassie when Diddy and one of his security guards had broken into the house. They were inside the house. She was inside the car by herself. And that's when she made the call. Again, the defense attorney is trying to make lemonade out of lemons. That's for sure. All right. So we don't have any other update at this time on the X thread, and there isn't an update on the CNN side just yet. So I don't know. How are you all feeling about Capricorn Clark's testimony at this point? I think she is a good witness, even though I think at some point, especially after lunch, you couldn't tell really who she was a witness for, the prosecution or the defense. But I think in the jury eyes, that might even make her more credible because she is like, doesn't seemingly align her responses with a side. So who knows? Defense attorney, did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? Capricorn Clark, I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not in there. Defense attorney, did Cassie have 2 rooms? Okay, I'm not really sure how we jump there, but we will see. The meme with the popcorn. Yeah, this is yeah. Let's see if we have any other comments down here. Nope. Everybody is just anxiously awaiting for the updates. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? I'm not really sure what does that mean? What does that mean? Someone in the comments said, I know they are pissed about having to cross-examine this lady. She is cooking. Someone else said, how do security cameras get moved yet no recordings? Well, Kid Cudi said the cameras were not working. How do security cameras get moved yet no? If he's talking about the incident at Kid Cudi's house, Kid Cudi said his cameras were moved, but he later found out they weren't working anyway. Another one says she was in fight or flight, scared for her life. Someone else said 2 rooms. What? Where? Yeah, that's what I said. Like, what do you mean? What does that mean? Someone else said they are jumping to and fro, trying to confuse her. Well, if they are trying to confuse Capricorn Clark, I don't think it's successful quite yet because she seems to be, staying the course when you think about the answers that she gave previously. So CNN has an update, so I'll jump over and read that update just to see if it provides any clarity. Defense attorney Mark Agnafilo questioned Capricorn Clark on how Combs and his security guard got through the gate surrounding Kid Cudi's property. Clark testified that she wasn't sure because their backs were to her and she wasn't paying close attention to what they were doing. I was praying that Cudi wasn't inside there, she said. Okay. So now we're talking about we're talking about the security guard. How did they get around? Not when Diddy came up to her apartment and forced her in the car based off of her testimony. They're talking now about how did Diddy, Capricorn Clark, and the security guard get to Kid Cudi's house when there was a security guard. And Clark has testified that she wasn't sure because their backs were to her and she wasn't paying close attention to what they were doing. I was praying that Kid Cudi wasn't inside there. This to me is also another moot point because at the end of the day, Diddy and well, it's a moot point to me. Let me say it that way, because Diddy and his security guard did break into this guy's house, did move stuff around. I believe the testimony about that. So, however they maneuvered around the security guard, whether the security guard let Diddy in because he's Diddy, whether the security guard took a few dollars from Diddy and disappeared and let him in, whatever. It is not. I don't think that would not make me have any kind of doubt about anything. The fact that Diddy's able to get around security and get into a neighborhood if he wanted to get into a neighborhood in LA. I mean, that just doesn't seem like something where I would be like, yeah, how could he do that? You know, I mean, it's not like he's trying to get into the White House or the Pentagon. And so it's just like, yeah. Again, defense attorney trying to make lemonade out of lemons, right? Let's see if we have anything else. Okay, so Cudi took her to one room, she had another. So again, the defense attorney said, did Cassie have two rooms? Capricorn Clark said Cudi took her to one room, she had another. Defense attorney, you are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun. Yes, I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Okay. I'm still not understanding this whole room thing. Did Cassie have two rooms? Cudi took her to one room, she had another. I'm not sure what's happening with that. I'm not understanding it. So if CNN doesn't clear it up on what they give in their recap, or I don't know, because right now I'm not understanding what are they saying there. Is it just me? Let me look. Let me look in the comments. Maybe I've been on this live today for over 4 hours, and then had a technical malfunction early on. So maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Let's see what people are saying. It's safe to say that Capricorn Clark's testimony today could be the nail in the coffin for Diddy. Despite her giving defense 1 or 2 points, she has solidified prosecutors' case on just about all charges Diddy is facing. Well, she definitely solidified the prosecution case, in my opinion, on the kidnapping, and maybe some other things, especially related to coercion. So, yeah, like I said, to me, Diddy is going to prison. It's just the only question to me is on which charges, right? On which charges will he be found guilty? And the only other question is how long will he be in prison? How long will he be sentenced for? Because out of all the charges that he has, even like with the RICO, right? Because I still feel like we still need more to show that these things he did was connected to support a criminal enterprise. And I don't feel that how we traditionally think of RICO, racketeering, and a criminal enterprise is being supported, like whether it's like a drug ring or somebody like some type of running guns or some type of prostitution or trafficking. Like there's a real criminal organization that is being ran that, you know, it looks like it's a legitimate business on the front of it, but it's not. I still don't think that they really have given us a lot of evidence along that, but that's just my opinion. I'm no lawyer, so maybe there's something there that, you know, the jury is going to be instructed a certain way when they have to go in that room and make a decision where it may be like, no, when we look at the criteria for this charge, it has met that, and so the person is guilty. But what I will say, even though I don't feel like I've seen a lot supporting racketeering, because racketeering, you need to show proof of a criminal enterprise. What I feel like we've seen proof of at this point is that Diddy has indeed committed a lot of crimes. Are those crimes in support of a criminal enterprise? That's what I haven't seen. All right. For the sex trafficking part, they have to prove coercion. That might be easier to prove. especially if any of these other victims who still yet to testify, or anybody else says that they were forced into this, the situation with the sex and so on, in addition to Cassie, because again, I think there might be some people on the jury who's on the fence about whether Cassie consented to that activity or not. Then they'll be able to prove, there was coercion. But there's a whole lot of crimes based on this testimony that Diddy is, if we believe the testimony, he committed these crimes. Right. And so I think we have to look at what are all of the charges against Diddy, what's required in order for a jury to find him guilty of, these charges, just to kind of get a better sense of what his outcome might be. But, again, this is week 3 of an 8-week trial. So there's still more to come. But I was convinced of this. I don't know. Might have been after week 1 of testimony. Definitely last week I felt this way. And I feel even more certain after today's testimony from Capricorn Clark that Diddy's going to prison. But again, like I said, for which charges and for how long, I have no idea. But I am 100% of the belief that Diddy is beyond a shadow of a doubt going to prison. Okay. Talking about a fall from grace. So let's see if we have an updated testimony at this point. So again, we left off with, I was not really, okay, did Cassie have 2 rooms? The defense attorney asked. Capricorn Clark said Cudi took her to 1 room. She had another. Defense attorney, you are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun? Yes, I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Defense attorney, did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cudi? Capricorn Clark said no, only part of the time, voice cracking. I wanted someone to know where I was. Oh, well, now that's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder if Lauren London might be called as a witness. That's interesting. So she did call Lauren London while all this was going on with Diddy and the security guard breaking into his house, and her also calling Cassie because she just wanted somebody to know where she was with all the shit that was going down. And that's understandable. Okay. So defense attorney said, what did you tell her? I'm scared of mountain lions. Defense attorney, mountain lions? I didn't know. I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills Coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe it was such a long time ago. Okay. I really hope CNN clears up what's happening right here. This is a defense attorney. Are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this? And Capricorn Clark replied, yes. Again, defense attorney. As we talked about earlier on this live, it is amazing the people who stay connected to someone who could be doing the most horrible things. But if we're friends, if you're famous, if you're rich, who knows what opportunity you could provide to me down the road. I can act like I don't see any of that stuff because I might need you to give me an opportunity or access, right? So it's not shocking to me that these people, because now we're not even talking about his employees. We're just talking about, I'm not sure where Lauren London was in her career at that time, because this was years ago. But I'm not, who's shocked that these people stayed friends with Diddy after they were aware of certain things? Who's shocked? The person who testified and said that, I think it was Cassie's best friend or ex-best friend of 17 years, who testified about Diddy punching Cassie in the stomach in front of people from the record label? Did they still do business with Diddy? Of course they did. Of course they did. What's in it for me is what they were going by. Forget all the stuff that you're seeing. Somebody getting beaten up and whatever other stuff you saw. These people are like, that has nothing to do with what's in it for me. Tell you, this is just something else. Okay, so let me check CNN right quick and see what their update is, since they have a new update. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo challenged Capricorn Clark repeatedly as to whether she told Cassie and Kid Cudi that Combs had a gun when she called them from outside Kid Cudi's house. Clark insisted she told them about the gun at the time, speaking very quickly so Combs wouldn't see her on the phone. I said, Puff came to my house with a gun. We came to Cudi's house to kill him, and then I heard they're in my house. She testified Ventura had the call on speaker with Kid Cudi so she could hear him yell that. I believe her. I believe her. And I think the defense, I believe the people on the jury are going to believe her too. I definitely believe that. All right, so we're waiting now for further updates from inside the court. Someone said mountain lions in Hollywood Hills. Someone please confirm. Someone said, I will say this, as one Capricorn moves like a New Yorker, she's slick and street smart. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. What WTF? Either she was or she wasn't. I would be scared too. This was back during the MapQuest days. Okay. Someone else said, please call Miss London. Yeah, mountain lion. I saw some video of people walking and hiking in California, and they came across a mountain lion. Honey, I would never. There's a side note while we're waiting for this update. There's this trail that I used to love to walk in my town. Love to walk it. At a certain point, it starts to go along the river, and then you end the walk like on top of this dam, and it's a beautiful, beautiful nature scene. There's a little waterfall when you get to the dam. It's just beautiful. And I've been walking on this trail for years. Then one day, I was walking down this trail, and I noticed this sign that had been posted, and it said, please don't feed the alligators. And don't ask me, maybe it should have occurred to me that based on where I was, that it was possible that alligators could be around. Okay, and I don't live in Florida, right? But it just never occurred to me that when I'm walking down this trail that I could potentially run into an alligator. Ask me when I went back. That's right, never. I have never been on that trail as much as I loved it. It was so cathartic. But when I saw that sign saying, please don't feed the alligators, and I was not aware that there were alligators or I could potentially run into an alligator walking on this trail, they never saw me again. So if I lived in California where they're hiking, and wherever they're hiking, there are mountain lions, this thing right here, okay, there's a chance that I could run into this thing right here. Girl. Yeah, I would never. Treadmill it is. I would never. Okay. All right, let's see if we have any update at this point. Okay. All right, defense attorney. Then you see the Porsche coming up the hill. Yes, Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him. Defense attorney. Then Capricorn Clark. He loses us. We turn away. Then we see police pass us. Okay, that's a little bit more detailed than what we had gotten in the CNN story. So in the CNN update of what happened this morning, what was explained, and maybe it's not different. Maybe this is just when Capricorn Clark is saying this part. So correction on that. But what was said earlier is that Kid Cudi, when Diddy and Capricorn Clark and the security guard was at Kid Cudi's house, with Diddy and the security person having broke into Kid Cudi's house, Kid Cudi came, pulled up near the Escalade, but then accelerated away. And Diddy allegedly said that's that end right there. And supposedly they then followed them for a while. And according to what Capricorn Clark said, it probably lasted a minute, them trying to follow him, right? But now she's also adding more to say that Kid Cudi lost them. So I guess he just outmaneuvered them in the Porsche. Now, y'all, if Diddy had caught up with them, I had caught up with Kid Cudi that day, we don't know what might have happened, because as he said, he went to Kid Cudi's house to kill him with a gun. Wow. So, but Capricorn Clark is testifying now that Kid Cudi loses them. And when he loses them, they turn away and then they see the police pass him. Wow. This is wow. This is wow. Let me see if we can get beyond these ads to see any other statements. Someone said, note, defense didn't object to her testimony about kidnapping, forced labor, threats of violence. They are focused on Cassie, yet Cap has nailed them on a bunch of the other RICO charges. Absurd. This is true. As of yet, they are not pushing back on the kidnapping and the forced threats. They are very, very focused in trying to discredit Cassie. I don't know what the strategy is there. Because, worst case scenario, the strategy could be that the defense attorney is saying, look, you're going to go down for kidnapping. Okay. The evidence is too strong. So what we need to do is use this time with her to try to discredit Cassie, because there's still some chance on some of these other things that Cassie is claiming she was forced into, if we just show that you can't trust what she says, because look at what the things she was doing. Look at how she was moving. You can't trust that. So that could very well be what the defense attorney is doing right now, because you're right. They are not focusing in on Capricorn Clark being kidnapped, or her, the threat she said that she got about being that she would be thrown in the East River if she didn't pass the lie detector test. And the defense is smart. If they know if they go down that road, excuse me, it's just going to be worse for their client, then hey, they're doing what they're supposed to do, right? Okay, so let's see if we have any other update. Okay, so yes, we do. So all right, so we left off with Capricorn Clark saying that yes, she saw Kid Cudi's Porsche coming up the hill. Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him. Defense attorney. Then Capricorn Clark, he loses us. We turn away. Then we see police pass us. Combs, attorney. You go to pick up Cassie and go where? Cudi's house. There was ADT there. Okay, and ADT, I believe, as most of us know, is a security system, a company. Defense attorney. Then you go to Mr. Combs's house, and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there, and even in the street. Yes. Mm-hmm. Someone said this feels more like a direct examination than a cross examination. I agree. Like I said, if you were listening, if you just joined this part of the testimony from Capricorn Clark, you would think that she is not a witness, or this is not the cross by the defense, because a lot of the questions and the answers, they're not they're not favorable for the defense. But on the other hand, depending on when you join the questioning, you would also see that some of Capricorn Clark's answers were not favorable to the prosecution. But to the point that was made in that comment by the person on the Twitter feed, though, you know, having a comment or a perception on something that might seem minor versus the big things that Capricorn Clark has raised, the defense is kind of steering clear of that. All right. So let's see if we have an update. Okay, we're still left off where she is acknowledging that she was seeing Cassie getting beat up in the street. She said, so when we last left, the defense attorney said, you go to pick up Cassie and go where? Capricorn Clark said, Cudi's house. There was ADT there. Defense attorney, then you go to Mr. Combs's house and you say, you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. And she said, yes. This is just the lives these people are living, and all for money, fame, opportunity, proximity to fame, proximity to lifestyles that they can't even necessarily afford. But it feels as if it gives that energy, like, but I know I may not be able to live as large as you, but if I can just, live a little bit larger than what I thought I would ever live, then it's worth me. Like dealing with all this. And I'm talking about everybody at this point. I'm talking about the employees. I'm talking about Cassie. Man. And again, me and my daughter, I have got to try to get my daughter to join me for some of the conversations around some of the things that come up in this live, because she and I, we have some really good conversations. And I really enjoy my conversations with her because she is 19. And when Cassie first met Diddy, she supposedly was 19. So I love even asking her, like, well, you as a 19-year-old, and just give a scenario and like, what would be your thought process? And not all of the extreme scenarios, like, where the freak offs and the beating up and all of that, but more so like, if you had someone, regardless of whatever your dream was, you met somebody who could expedite you reaching your dreams, whatever it is, whether it's a business position, something in entertainment, athletics, whatever the thing is that is your dream. You're some kind of artist, whatever it is, advertiser, market, whatever it is, but you've met somebody because of the connections and who this person is, they can give you access to your dream. And they could help you all the years you would ordinarily probably spend doing grunt work to try to get a shot at that dream and to make sure you're prepared and ready and all the things. This person could take you under their umbrella and expedite all of that because of who they are, their position, or whatever. And then, so cool, right? Let's say who would necessarily say no to that if that's how it's packaged when it first comes to you. But then you start noticing there's some little stuff going on that you don't quite like. Something about maybe what this person is expecting, or maybe this person is talking to you in a way that you don't like. But this starts off with little things that you're just not really feeling. What is your reaction to that? And I really wanted to know from her because she is 19, but some of this stuff is not age specific. And her response pretty much was, that would be hard for most people to just quickly leave a situation where this person could literally grant you or give you access to all of the things you dream, something you've been wanting to do your whole life. It would be hard at first incident, especially for you to just say no. That's it. She said even after the second one, it would depend on like what is like how egregious it is. And I understand that. And even though she's 19 and I am much older than that, I see that across the board with people of any age. You think about how many people are silent about things that are not right because they do not want to risk an opportunity they already have, or they don't want to risk the chance at an opportunity in the future. How many people do that right now every day? Now, granted, the assumption is the lion's share of those people is not the egregious things like what we're seeing in the Diddy case, but I'm having worked in a space a long time in the workforce, especially when you're talking about like corporate situations. Um, I can definitely say that there is a lot of stuff going on where people choose to be silent. And the stuff that I'm talking about that I can speak to, yeah, it was nothing like what's going on in this Diddy case. But was it things like there might have been some dishonesty going on, there might have been some false narratives that were being promoted, there might have been other things that were happening by the power that be. And yes, people are not willing to stand up against that and risk their livelihood or risk their future. And quite frankly, I understand it. I understand it. And that's why I always say, for those people who are brave enough to challenge those things, other people should really try to support them in any way that they can. Because I don't think most humans are willing to challenge it. And I'm also, again, I'm not overly judging it in the scenario that I'm talking about, because people have families to take care of, mortgages to pay, rent to pay, bills to pay, basic needs that need to be paid for, kids who got to go to college, kids who are in activities that cost money, maybe parents that they're helping to take care of. So I understand why people don't want to risk their job or future opportunities. I get it. So it's just something to think about, because when we think about this Diddy situation, it's so bad and it's so egregious that it's hard to even understand, because our situations are not normally this bad or this egregious or criminal, immoral, maybe not fully in line with that HR policy that we profess. And that's a whole nother video. And I can't make that video. Not yet. But so it's hard for us sometimes to grasp, well, why would you not say anything? Why would you whatever? How could you stand by and see this, whatever? And I think maybe we need to understand that for the same reasons people don't speak up in other scenarios, it's the same thing in this Diddy situation, even though it is so wild. It is what's in it for me, or what do I stand to lose if I speak up? And I think people, especially in this Diddy scenario, they calculated the cost to be too great. And they were going to do whatever they needed to do to maintain their position until, for whatever reason, they decided they could not take any more. How's that a lot different from what a lot of people are doing on jobs right now? Just something to think about, because I know myself as well, we can judge a lot of these people who stood by and did nothing. They some of them are even getting up on the witness stand and saying, yeah, I saw that. Attorney said, what'd you do? Nothing. And what did the people around do? Nothing. And we're like, oh my God, I can't believe nobody did anything. But there are people every day right now, in workplaces especially, where there's some stuff going on that is not right. Now, granted, like I said, it may not be, hopefully it's not, extreme like what we're seeing in the Diddy case, but there are some things going on that's not right. That's probably microaggressions, people with power being able to control narratives and other people paying the price for it. And people are like, I can't get involved with that. I have to look out for my job and I have to look out for my future security. Are they wrong? I'm not willing to say they're wrong. I'm willing to say I understand it, but but I would also just go the step further of saying, so when you do have someone who's willing to stick their neck out there, if there is a way to support that person, people should support that person. Because I do believe most people are not willing to stick their neck out. They're just not. They're just not. Right? So let's see. Hopefully we have another update by now. Okay, we have a couple. So good. All right. So we left off with a defense attorney saying, then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. And Capricorn Clark says yes. Defense attorney, you hung up on the fire inspector. Capricorn Clark said, I did. Defense attorney, when you were on vacation, it was with who? She says, Rihanna. Okay, now let me go back because what we had earlier, probably on the CNN side, wasn't that she hung up on the fire inspector. They said she hung up on a police officer who called to ask her about the arson. So maybe this is one and the same person. Either way, these people are like state officials, county officials, whatever. I'm not under the impression that if there's an arson situation and if you call me, that because Kid Cudi, I think, gave her name to these people, that if you call me, I get to just hang up and that's the end of it. So it makes me immediately think, if that is where that ended, who got paid off? Okay, so defense attorney, you hung up on the fire inspector. I did. When you were on vacation, it was with who? Rihanna. After you were fired, what job did you get? I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent. Okay. This is just, I'm just adding names to my list. And I don't think Chris Lighty, I think he's more so a record executive, not an entertainer. Defense attorney. Here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well, XX. Capricorn Clark said yes. Defense attorney, you wrote on February 28th, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time. LOL. You wrote that? Yes, sir. Please read that out loud, the defense attorney asks Capricorn Clark to read something out loud. I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized. Defense attorney, did you think Cassie wanted you gone? She started crying and said, sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. Girl. What, Capricorn? And what's your real name? What you say now? Okay, so let's go back up. The defense attorney says, please read this out loud. I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized. Defense attorney, did you think Cassie wanted you gone? Clark, crying. Sorry. This is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there and things were getting worse. I would try to keep professionalism as the goal. Defense attorney, you thought you could be his protector? It was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire. Defense attorney, did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted you back? Yes. I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. How much more, Mr. Agnafilo? The defense attorney asks. Can I talk to the government? And then there's a sidebar. Now, this testimony is interesting. Interesting. So Capricorn Clark, because like I said, it was very clear in her earlier testimony that she was not a fan of Cassie's. That was very clear. And it now seems that when she was able to come back to work and she was able to work, but with Cassie and not with Diddy, that she felt a way about that. And that is interesting testimony. And I think it's the testimony to me is given. This is another woman who got some kind of romantic feeling for Diddy in spite of everything that's went down. And she felt kind of rejected by him. That she couldn't, that she wasn't. But what, the earlier testimony sounded like she was desperate to find another job. She couldn't find another job. She was having problems finding another job. So she went back to work for Diddy. But, the difference was she didn't have to work directly for him. And like that was like a concession she was willing to make. But now this testimony is coming across that it bothered her that she was not working directly with him and was brought back to work with Cassie. And that bothered her because she wanted to work with Diddy. That's interesting. That is very interesting. And I cannot wait to see how CNN wraps that up because I want to see if there's more context there. Okay, so the defense attorney said, did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted? Capricorn Clark said, yes, I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. The judge asked the defense attorney how much more. He said, can I talk to the government? Then there was a sidebar. Defense attorney, just a few more minutes and we'll get you out today. Capricorn said, thank you, sir. Defense attorney, you did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right? Capricorn said, I believe so. Defense attorney, Cassie had addiction problems. Capricorn said, yes. Okay. Defense attorney, you made a short movie with her. It was called Love a Loser. Defense attorney, you wrote to him asking for forgiveness. Capricorn Clark said, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. Wow. Someone said it's so confusing. Let me tell you what I am feeling by this part of the testimony by Capricorn Clark. One, I feel as if she had some kind of emotional connection to Diddy. I believe her when she said she felt like she was his protector. I think she was a bit jealous of Cassie. She did not like when she was working directly for Cassie under Diddy's umbrella. She wanted to work closer with him. So she seems to have some kind of emotional connection to Diddy, although she said their relationship was 1000% platonic. And when she wrote him asking for forgiveness, I'm kind of surprised he didn't eat that up because now it's like you're begging. You're begging Diddy to please just let me back into the circle because as Capricorn Clark says here, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. After everything, this is where she landed with Diddy. That is wild. That is wild. Let's see if we have any other update here. Okay, the defense attorney asks, when you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right? We discussed it. Defense attorney, nothing further. Then the judge is asking the prosecution if they have any questions. And how much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? Okay, so the prosecution is on redirect now. Let me quickly just see what CNN is saying about what we just heard. Okay, on the CNN side, Capricorn Clark, former employee, broke into sobs as she looked at emails she sent to Combs in 2014 and 2015 asking him to forgive her. Y'all, this shit is some psychological thriller. Do you hear me? After all this stuff that happened with this lady and Diddy and the kidnapping and all of that, this is a psychological thriller. She testified earlier in the day that although she was officially fired in 2012 over a vacation she took, she believed Combs actually fired her because he was upset about her knowledge of Cassie's relationship with Kid Cudi. She said she felt like she was a protector for Combs and he didn't have anyone looking out for him without her on staff. She said in a message early to him in her testimony today that something like, you wouldn't be going through what you were going through if I was still around. This woman, as much as she's testified to the horrific stuff that Diddy even did to her, she has she sounds like one of those ladies that was connected to Charles Manson. She has an emotional connection to Diddy. She does not like Cassie. That was obvious from her testimony. But it's feeling like she didn't like Cassie because she wanted to be in Cassie's place. This is a diabolical psychological thriller. Okay, so let's go on with what CNN is saying right now. She said she felt like she was a protector for Combs and he didn't have anyone looking out for him without her on staff. Quote, that email is me pleading like, dude, let it go, she said. Clark, through tears, said she was hurt because she believed at the time that Ventura wanted her fired. It also bothered her, Clark said, that she believed Combs only hired her again in 2016 because Ventura wanted to work with her. Y'all. So the defense attorney wraps up his cross. The prosecution is about to redirect her at this point. And y'all, I'm just tripping over what I just read that happened because the earlier testimony from Capricorn Clark, when she was being challenged as to why would you go back to work for Diddy, after all the stuff, after all of the stuff with Kid Cudi, the stuff with the threats, the stuff when he thought you had stolen jewelry and you weren't able to get out of taking a lie detector. They took you to some empty room with the security and some other man. And for 5 days, she was subjected to a lie detector. And the guys who were doing it, these big burly security people, told her if she didn't calm down, because they weren't able to get a good reading on the lie detector test, they told her, if you don't calm down, you might end up in the East River. Like, that's going to make her more calm. For 5 days. 5 days. And she said she did not have a choice. So she talked about the kidnapping, when he literally came and kidnapped her with a gun and made her go with him in the security to Kid Cudi's house because he said he was going to kill that N-word. So after all of that, she's talking about how she felt like she was his protector and she was hurt that when she came back, she had to work for Cassie and not directly with him. But from the earlier testimony, after all those things I just talked about, she made it seem like she came back to work for Diddy because she was asked, why did you come back? Like, hey, after all of this stuff, why did you go back to work for Diddy in any capacity, whether it's directly with him, Cassie, anybody? Why did you come back? And she said it was a difficult time. She was having a hard time finding a job. And so basically she had to go where she could find a job. It's basically what it amounted to. Not that she wanted it, but this testimony, now that she's given this afternoon, reads differently. Now, none of it to me is clearing Diddy or anything that he's been accused of. But it could make, maybe with a jury, make her look a little less credible, because they may not process this emotional dependence that she clearly has on Diddy. She's almost sounding like a stalker a little bit. Okay. One of those Lifetime movie things where, you into him and you didn't imagine this whole thing and you love him and all that while he's on something else. This part of her testimony, it is just so weird. And it is a contrast between how she was talking about things earlier today. So that is just strange. All right, so let's go back and see. I think the prosecution is up now, and it's 3:15 Eastern Standard Time, so they won't be going much longer at all. They have been wrapping up around 3:30. Okay, so let's see. Where did we end here? Okay, so we'll start back up here. Where the defense attorney said, when you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right? We discussed it. The defense attorney said nothing further, and now prosecutors are back up. The prosecutor says, how much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? Then there's a sidebar. Prosecutor, what happened with the job with Chris Lighty? Capricorn Clark, he died the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. The defense attorney objected, and the judge sustained the objection. I'm sorry. What? Okay. What happened with the job with Chris Lighty? He died the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. I'm going to need more context. CNN will probably give us more context on their update, because I don't know what to make of what I just read, because I could see different angles. Are they telling you to leave Puff alone because you are indeed the stalker you were sounding like to me in your testimony today? Is that why they were telling you to leave Puff alone? I don't know. This testimony from Capricorn Clark this afternoon is just taking a little turn. Like, okay. Somebody here commented, leave Puff alone. Yeah, I'm like, what does that mean? Somebody else said, oh, so we got a stalker. Take me back. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Good. But because before she even said they told her to leave Puff alone, I'm like, girl, you giving me some energy like you want this man. You're emotionally connected to this man. After all this crap you done been through with this man, all the things you've seen this man not only do to you, he put his hands on you, Capricorn Clark. When you said you hated here to the chef, and the chef went back and told Diddy that you said you hated here, he started pushing you. You said You said he pushed you almost about 10 feet down the hall or something, you said, and then you gave a percentage of strength that he was using to do that, which I also thought was a little odd. But in that incident, security, because security doesn't really intervene. You said security intervened at that point and just told you to pack your stuff. But after all of that, you're testifying like you're crying on the stand during your testimony now, and you're talking about how you felt like his protector, how you were upset that when you did finally come back, you weren't working directly with him anymore. You were working with Cassie. You're pleading and begging with him in emails to forgive you. You also say that your relationship with him was 1,000% platonic. Well, this may be one of the situations where Diddy did mess with the woman. Sexually, that is. Because he already put his hands on her. All right. At least that's what she's testified to. Let me just say that. That's what she's testified to. Because now that she's freaking out on this part of the testimony, that's what she claims. Okay. But this is a weird turn in the testimony from Capricorn Clark. So, like I said, we're going to wait and see. We're going to wait and see if the CNN update gives us any more context. But that was wow. Maybe there's more context because right now I'm seeing Lifetime Stalker, but maybe I'm missing some pieces here, right? From what we're reading on this thread. So again, the prosecutor asked what happened with the job with Chris Lighty. She said he died the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. The defense objected. The judge sustained. Then Capricorn Clark said I was blacklisted. The defense objected again. The judge sustained. Prosecutor, why did you return to work for Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark, so people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. Prosecutor, why did you meet them? Capricorn responds to get my life back. And I'm assuming when he asked, why did you meet them? There was a meeting that Capricorn Clark had with Diddy and his attorneys, some of the attorneys that are representing him today. Around, I think there was a settlement issue involved with her wrongful termination, and then there was some discussion about her coming back to work for Diddy not too long ago, actually. And I don't think that ended up resulting in her coming back, but she had some conversation. And so again, he's asking, why did you meet with them? Because these people on the jury got to be saying, lady, now you done told us a lot of stuff today. You done told us a lot of stuff. You done been kidnapped. A man came to your house with a gun and kidnapped you. You have testified. You have corroborated Kid Cudi's story of what he heard on the phone when you called Cassie, because Cassie had you on speakerphone. So all that's been corroborated. Okay, you did call him and say, hey, Diddy and whatever the name of the security guard, they in your house right now. They over here with a gun. They looking for you. They gonna try to kill you. Do not come here. So all that was corroborated. All of that was corroborated. But now we're in the part of the testimony where it's just feeling very desperate. And maybe she was desperate for work. I mean, if it was only work, it probably wouldn't be giving me such an ick. I think it's giving me such an ick because even just from us reading what is happening in court right now, you can feel like the emotional connection this woman has to Diddy. Whether it was romantic hopes or whatever, there was some kind of emotional twisted connection this lady had to Diddy. And then you take on the other hand, because if it was all about I was desperate for work and I was desperate for money, and after she had said, I have no parents, I have an autistic child, and she said the stakes are different for me, who can't understand that? It's hard enough. Anybody looking for a job, it's hard. But then when you also do maybe feel like there's nobody else you can depend on and you have an autistic child, if she was like, that's why I went back where I knew I could get a job because I needed the income and I was struggling finding a job elsewhere. If that's where it began and end, whether you feel some kind of way about it or not, you gotta admit that's easier to understand. That's you can understand it even if you feel as if you would never do it yourself. You could understand it, right? Those are some factors that you could understand it. But now when you start weaving in this stuff here that makes it seem like you was his protector and you told him basically he wasn't being in any of the situations he's in if you were around, and you're crying, and it just feels like I don't know. Now, having said all that, I'm still gonna say I don't think any of that is enough to undermine necessarily the things she said about Diddy, but that's me. I'm not on the jury. There might be some folks on that jury, and like I said, the defense only needs one person to hold out, right? It might be some folks on that jury, especially related to this arson charge and maybe all the things around Kid Cudi. There might be some people on that jury saying, no, I don't find her credible. Mm-mm. I mean, I was riding with her, at the start of her testimony, but then it started looking like the dislike for Cassie, even prior to she got to this thing where it felt like, girl, are you in love with Diddy? Even prior to getting to that point, her testimony after lunch, her dislike for Cassie was obvious. It was just obvious. So that then connected to, you got some kind of feeling for Diddy. It could make someone on the jury say, I don't know how much I could trust what she's saying. I don't know how much I could trust what she is causing me to have doubt. So, yeah, that was an unexpected turn to see. All right, let's go back and see if we have any update. And if we don't, I can definitely flip to the CNN side and see what they've updated so far. Okay, we don't have any update here. Let's check and see what CNN is saying right now. All right. Capricorn Clark testified that when she worked for Cassie, Combs was required to approve all of her looks. Okay, we know this. Each of her songs and every event she went to. She said Combs would withdraw his support when the couple was fighting. Okay, that we are aware of. All right. Under redirect examination, Capricorn Clark said that the settlement she reached with Combs after her 2012 firing required mutual non-disparagement, and that Combs signed a letter of recommendation for Clark. Combs never signed that recommendation letter, she testified. What? Okay, I got what you're saying. So it was required. Okay, so as a part of the settlement, it was required. They had with Combs after her 2012 firing, required mutual non-disparagement. So neither one of them could talk bad about each other. And that Combs would sign a letter of recommendation. That was a part of the settlement. And she's saying that Combs never signed the recommendation letter. Clark could not get a job in the industry after that, she said. Wow, so she was blacklisted. Okay, she also said that in a meeting that she thought was about possible employment with executives from Interscope Records, they told her to leave Combs alone and it wouldn't end well for her. The judge struck that part of the testimony from the record after sustaining a defense objection. Clark testified that she continued to look for work through 2015, but wasn't able to find a new job in the industry because she was blacklisted. The judge sustained another defense objection to her response. She said she wasn't able to find steady work in the entertainment industry, so she started consulting. At this level of business, he holds all the power as it related to me. Then, girl, why you out here crying on the stand about this man? And why you out here talking about you felt like his protector? Because he damn sure was not protecting you. Okay, so now it's been noted that Capricorn Clark is off the witness stand and the jury is dismissed for the day. Okay, so, what a ride that was. What a ride that was. And let's just check this Twitter feed and see if there is anything else here. Okay, why did you meet with him to get my life back? Prosecutor, in the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a gun? This is the prosecutor. Capricorn Clark, yes. The jurors, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All right. Okay. So the prosecutors, after all of that questioning, especially from the defense, they wanted to get back to in the kidnapping. To be clear that there was a kidnapping, even though Capricorn Clark ended up going some other place after lunch with her testimony. The prosecutor's bow that they wanted to put on this was very specific to the kidnapping. And they asked her, in the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a gun? And she said, yes. So if she's not called back for anything in the future, she is now off the stand. And so we will have to see who testifies tomorrow. I think it might be the person who has the DNA expert that's going to maybe talk to about the DNA that was connected to a woman with the Molotov cocktail. Maybe that person's up next to testify. But I'm gonna tell you, this testimony from Capricorn Clark, it fell all over the place. It after lunch. It got that way after lunch. And it really just fell all over the place because I don't know, because they were telling us that she was crying on the stand. She was talking a whole lot about how she felt about Diddy, how she felt like she was his protector, how she did not like working for Cassie. She did not like coming back, having to work for Cassie. She wanted to work directly with Diddy. It almost felt like it was a demotion in some ways. She talked about things being complicated. She said early on in her testimony today that they were 1000% platonic, right? But it just felt like she had feelings for this man. And I could not tell from what she said, and she did not say that they had any kind of romantic relationship, intimate relationship, hookup, anything. She did not say any of that happened between them, but yet it came across in her testimony that she had some kind of emotional connection towards him. That came from what she was saying. Now, having said all of that, that did not make her retract anything she said about what went on when she was first hired, when he found out that she had once worked for Suge Knight. Her life was threatened. That happened. She did not retract that. She did not retract what happened with the whole Kid Cudi situation. She did not retract what happened with Diddy as a part of that situation, kidnapping her allegedly with a gun in hand. She did not retract that. She did corroborate a lot of Kid Cudi's, if not all of Kid Cudi's testimony about when she called him to let him know. Well, she actually called Cassie. Cassie had her on speakerphone, and that's how Kid Cudi heard it. But that she corroborated that she called to let him know that, hey, Diddy and the security person, they're in your house. They broke into your house. Diddy's over here looking for you. He has a gun. He wants to unalive you. Do not come home. She testified to when Kid Cudi came to his house, pulled up in his black Porsche. Beside the Escalade that they were in, he accelerated away. They chased him. Kid Cudi was able to lose them driving his car. They saw police come by, and I guess that just derailed everything. Later on, she testified that Diddy told her, call Cassie, let her know we got you, and we're not going to let you go until she comes here. Okay? So she said she had to go and pick Cassie up. So I guess they let her go pick Cassie up. Diddy told, according to Capricorn Clark, told Cassie and Capricorn Clark that if they could not convince Kid Cudi to not say anything about him breaking into his house, that he was going to kill everybody. She testified to when Cassie got there or got out of the car, he kicked her. He was kicking her over and over and over. She was on the ground. At some point, she was told to leave. And as she was leaving, she described looking back, and she could see Cassie still on the ground in the fetal position, being kicked over and over and over. And she, of course, once she went around a bend, she couldn't see it anymore. She testified that she called Cassie's mother to say, I can't call the police, but you can. And told her mother that she was being kicked over and over and over and over by Diddy. She talked about having to set up rooms. She talked about how when they moved to California shortly after Kim had the twins, Kim and everybody moved to California. That is when Cassie started becoming more and more close with Diddy. She talked about that. She talked about Cassie not being what she would deem as talented, because when she thinks about talented, she thinks about people like Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. She said that Cassie was what she would consider a studio artist, where they use equalizers and other things like to help her along. So in other words, she does not think Cassie is talented. She talked for quite a bit about all of the resources at Cassie's disposal and how Cassie was getting access to more resources than other artists at the time. She mentioned she was getting more resources than Young Jock. She was getting more resources from a group from Atlanta, but she did not name the group. She said with French Montana, she said that she developed French Montana. So there was a lot of time spent by the defense just talking about the things Diddy gave to Cassie by way of trying to make her a star. That ties back to an earlier cross from the defense of Cassie, where it basically amounted to, Diddy put you in a room with all of these big time people to make music, including people like Nicki Minaj and Lil Wayne. And even after you made that music, your career didn't take off. And at the end of the day, it really didn't take off because you're a talent. You're kind of mediocre, right? Paraphrasing here. And Cassie was like, well, I wouldn't say that. I'm paraphrasing, right? No, she did say I wouldn't say that, but I'm paraphrasing as far as how the lawyers phrased the question. So, yeah. I guess if I had to say, is this day a win or not, for which side, the defense or the prosecution? To me, it would be a win for the prosecution as far as being able to lock down testimony around kidnapping. Around the kidnapping. The part where I'm still saying where it's not clear to me, and I'll see what other maybe legal experts think, but with a racketeering charge, you have to show that these crimes were in support of a criminal organization. I don't see that yet from what we've been presented. We got still a lot of trial to go yet, but I don't see that yet. What you're showing me is that Diddy is definitely guilty of a lot of crimes, allegedly. You're not showing me that he's guilty of crimes associated with running a criminal enterprise that would be associated with racketeering. Sexual trafficking, you have to show coercion. You have to show coercion. And at this point, the jury may look at the people who were the ex-workers as like, well, they weren't coerced into doing this based on their testimony. They were not coerced, nor were they drugged where they could not give consent. They would be able to say prostitution is illegal. Mm-hmm. And I think some of these people on the jury are going to be on the fence about whether or not Cassie consented, based off of some of the information that was presented during her testimony. So that is where we are. I'm going to, before I end today's live, I want to check quickly and see if we have perhaps anybody on the either TMZ or Law and Crime who might be speaking to the testimony we just saw from Capricorn Clark. Not seeing anything right now that's live. Let's see if we have something. Yeah. Nope. And I'll check quickly and see if we might have something on, if TMZ is doing anything live around Diddy. I'm very curious to see how other people are perceiving this Capricorn Clark testimony. Yeah, one of their headlines is, let me share this screen with y'all so you can see it as well. Okay. So one of their headlines here is that Diddy's ex-employee, Capricorn Clark, rips Cassie on stand. Yeah, like I said, it was obvious that she was not a fan. That was just obvious. Diddy's ex-assistant claims mogul threatened to kill Kid Cudi. Yes, she did. Diddy trial. Okay, we already have that. Let me see. All right, and I see one update on CNN, but it has nothing to do with Capricorn Clarks. It's just that Diddy's defense team is again raising concerns that call restrictions at his prison don't allow them enough time to speak with Combs once he returns after the trial ends for the day. The judge said he thinks there's been a disconnect between the defense and prison officials and that he will try to help them find a solution. Okay. But back to this TMZ. Let's see if we see any videos. Suge Knight, child. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping that we would maybe have something from TMZ Live with Capricorn Clark. But yeah, she definitely did. She definitely did say that she wouldn't consider her talented, and she compared it to like Cassie not being no Whitney Houston or Mariah Carey for that matter. There's Capricorn Clark. Okay. Well, I am going to end this live here, and I will see you all tomorrow for another live stream. We have no idea at this point who's going to be on the witness stand tomorrow, but I'll be here. So again, thank you all for joining this live today. If you are rewatching it, and Lord knows if you've gotten all the way to the end of these 5 hours and 22, I'm not even gonna ask you to do anything that you don't want to do. Okay. But if you feel led to thumbs up the video, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber, I would appreciate it. I appreciate all of the support. We will be back here tomorrow for day 11 of the Diddy trial, the live stream. So again, please like the video, like the live, leave a comment if you like, and definitely please consider subscribing to the channel. If you're not a subscriber already, I appreciate that very, very much. And I will see you all in the morning for the live stream of day 11 of Diddy's trial. But until the next time, bye y'all.